Good afternoon to you. We warmly welcome you to International Network for Water and Ecosystems in Paddy Fields, 17th International Steering Meeting and Symposium 2020-2021. To start the proceedings, we would like to invite the following dignitaries to light the traditional oil lamp. Honorable Andrea Bajaratna, State Minister of Tires, Reservoirs and Irrigation Development and related to rural paddy fields. Mr. Anurag Disanaika, Secretary to the Ministry of Irrigation. Professor Udit K. Jayasinghe, Secretary of Ministry of Agriculture. Engineer Ivan De Silva, Secretary to the State Ministry of Irrigation. Mrs. Chandra Herat, Secretary to the State Ministry of Mineral Resources. Engineer D.D. Ariratna, Chairman INWEPF, Sri Lanka. Dr. Matthew McCartney, the representative of Director General, International Water Management Institute. Engineer Mrs. Bhadra Kamradasa, former Director General of Irrigation. Engineer Miha Siribardana, Director General of Irrigation. Dr. Ajanta De Silva, Director General of Agriculture. Mr. A.H.M.L. Abiratna, Commissioner General of Agrarian Development. Mr. Sanath Ranavana, Senior Project Specialist, ADB Representative. Professor G. Vinay Singha, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Pune. Dr. Badrani Turutinia, Senior Lecturer, University of Muratua. Dr. Herat Mantritilaka, Consultant Water Resources. Engineer Upali Imbulana, Consultant UNDP. And Dr. Jayanta Senanaika, Director RRDI. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite the following dignitaries to take their respective seats at the head table. Honorable Anuradha Jayaratne, State Minister of Tanks, Reservoirs and Irrigation Development in related to rural paddy fields. Honorable Siripala Gamlat, State Minister of Canals and Common Infrastructure Development Settlements in Mahavali Zones. Mr. Anuradh Sanaikar, Secretary to the Ministry of Irrigation. Professor Udit K. Jayasinghe, Secretary of Ministry of Agriculture. Engineer Ivan De Silva, Secretary to the State Ministry of Irrigation. Mrs. Chandra Herat, Secretary to the State Ministry of Mahavali Zones. Engineer D.D. Aryaratna, Chairman in West Sri Lanka. Dr. Matthew McCartney, the representative of Director General International Water Management Institute, IWMI, and Engineer Lalit Diawes, Secretary of INWEPF Sri Lanka. Now, ladies and gentlemen, International Network for Water and Ecosystems Paddy Fields is an international cooperative forum established in 2004 with the objective of maintaining a proper water management focusing on the ecosystem sustainability of paddy fields. This is the only international forum for water-related professionals in the paddy cultivating countries. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you do the same thing again and again and again, you get the same result again and again and again. But if you do something different, you'll be able to produce a different result. And if you go the extra mile, we can conquer the world together. And I believe that all of us are gathered here for a reason, to do something great for our nation and to the world together. And I believe, to start off these proceedings, I believe all of you deserve a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. With that, to officially welcome you, we would like to invite the chairman in West Sri Lanka, Engineer D.D. Aryaratna.
Ayubowan, long life to all of you. Today, we are gathered here physically as well as virtually from different countries for the 17th annual steering committee meeting and technical symposium of International Network for Water and Ecosystems in Paddy Fields. We are going to have the technical symposium today from 12 noon to 6 p.m. Sri Lanka time, and steering committee meeting will be held tomorrow at the same duration. INWEPF Sri Lanka, INWEPF was founded in 2004 by mainly the pioneer is the INWEPF Japan, Japanese MAF, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries is the starting point, and At the time, Sri Lanka also has become a member as a historical paddy cultivating country. And Sri Lanka National Committee, we have formed formally with the constitution, proper constitution, and a wide range of participation from different organizations, government organizations related to paddy cultivation, irrigation, and related environmental organizations. In 2014, and 12th steering committee was successfully hosted by our country, Sri Lanka, in 2015 at Nigambo Jetwin Blue Hotel. From 2015 to date, Sri Lankan National Committee participated in all INWEPF activities actively, and we are thankful for all the member countries for giving us the opportunity to organize this 17th steering committee meeting with an international webinar today. Today, we are happy to have Honorable Anuradha Jayaratne, State Minister of Tank, Reservoirs and Irrigation Development related to rural paddy fields of Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka as our chief guest. The mandate of the state ministry is very much related to these objectives and aims of INWEPF. Sir, I respectfully welcome you for this inauguration of this technical symposium on behalf of INWEPF Sri Lanka Committee. Secretary, Ministry of Irrigation, Mr. Anuradha Disanayake, who has given us necessary support, budget approvals, and advisors for the proper organization of this event, and also accepted our invitation to deliver one of the keynote addresses. And Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Senior Professor Udit Jayasinghe, Secretaries of State Ministries, Engineer Ivan De Silva, Ms. Chandra Herath, are also cordially welcome to this symposium, and your continued support and guidance for the INWEPF activities are greatly appreciated and expected in future too. We have invited heads of departments of all Sri Lankan member institutions, namely Irrigation Department, Department of Agriculture, Department of Agrarian Development, Mahaweli Authority of Sri Lanka, Water Resources Board, Central Environment Authority, Sri Lanka Rice Research Institute, Irrigation Management Division, and Provincial Irrigation Departments of 8 provinces to be present here today with us as special invitees, and I cordially welcome you all for this occasion. I welcome all special invitees, our former presidents and professionals who are senior professionals who are in the field, who extended their support to us for various technical preparatory activities like paper evaluation and all. And I welcome all of you for this forum. International Water Management Institute is one of the international organizations affiliated to INWEPF, and on our invitation, Director General IMI has nominated Dr. Matthew McCartney to deliver one of the keynote addresses, and Dr. Takuya Uo, Section Chief of Overseas Land Improvement Corporation Office of MAF, representing INWEPF Japan, who is delivering an introductory speech in this inaugural session, are also gratefully welcomed. Next, the distinguished delegates of foreign INWEPF member countries. There are 17 member countries at present: Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, Thailand, Myanmar, Philippines, Indonesia, China, Cambodia, Laos, Egypt, Vietnam, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and Nepal, who are joining with us today and tomorrow from the countries on the virtual platform, are welcome for 17th INWEPF conference, and your participation and cooperation extended for the organization of this event is very much appreciated. Also, I welcome all the Sri Lankan participants and special invitees joined with us today in this hall, as well as on virtual platform from their regional locations for the symposium. Finally, I thankfully welcome all our executive committee members and support staff who has done a great job in organizing this event. And I like to especially thank Secretary of Sri Lankan National Committee, Engineer Lalidi Alvis, who has done a great deal of organizing work, coordinating with all other countries, local professionals, and service providers amidst his very busy workload, because at present he is holding the post of Secretary to the State Ministry of Transport in some other sector, but he always come forward to work with us. Once again, I thank you all for being present today with us to participate for this important event, and wish we all have a fruitful day in this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ari Ratna. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now introduce our next speaker. He's the first Secretary, Embassy of Japan in Pakistan, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, former Deputy Director, Development Sector, Department, Japan Bank for International Cooperation, JBIC, former Irrigation Policy Advisor, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, and also Irrigation, Myanmar. He's a former Director and Negotiator, Ministers, Secretariat, International Affairs Department, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. And now he's currently the Director Overseas Land Improvement Corporation Office, Design Division, Rural Development Bureau, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Our next speaker is Mr. Hiromichi Kitada. We're yet to get him online, so till we get him connected online, let's now take a good look at a documentary about irrigation heritage.
Over the centuries, 103 rivers have been feeding the motherland and flowing with serenity. From here proudly unfolds the past, present, and future story of that hydraulic civilization and irrigation culture. Sri Lanka, which has a history of over 2,500 years, was built on the basis of an irrigation civilization. The irrigation culture of collecting rainwater and preserving and storing them for future consumption is unique to us. Abhaya tank or Basawakulama tank was the first tank in the country built during the reign of King Pandukabhaya in the 4th century BC. It can be called as the foremost name in the great tank industry. Out of these, the Great Parakambatta surpassed all these and became the pinnacle of the irrigation industry. The major event that changed the course of Sri Lanka, formerly known as the Eastern Granary, was with the Western invasion. The invasion was different from that of the first two nations. Our forefathers, who did not tolerate surrender, fought against the colonialists because there was nothing as valuable as freedom. However, the end result of all this was the collapse of the great irrigation industry in the first country. But the collapse caused problems such as the food crisis and the labor crisis in the country. Knowing that Sri Lanka could achieve the desired results without developing the irrigated agriculture, the British took steps to uplift the irrigation system in Sri Lanka. This work has been assisted by professionals such as Henry W. Parker and R. L. Breuer. What happened was that Sri Lankan irrigation technology could not be interpreted as British technology. The final conclusion of the British engineers was that these great tanks, which had been created using earth walls, had to be restored to their original condition without making any structural changes to any of the great creations such as the Yoda Ella, which had amazed even the modern irrigation engineers. The Department of Irrigation was established on May 15, 1900 as a result of these studies. The first director was engineer S.D.S. Swords. From then until the irrigation department was managed by the engineers themselves. During the first 50 years of the existence of this department, all the ruined tanks such as Kalaiwa, Yoda Ella, Manria Tank, Parakrama Samudraya, Nach Shajuwa Tank, Kantal Tank were able to be restored. This program with the contribution of local artisans gave a new impetus to the declining irrigation and technology in the country. Although steps have been taken to increase the capacity of many tanks by several times like this restoration work, it is commendable that steps have been taken to maintain the same irrigation industry in the names of the old kings. General D.S. Senanayak under Senanayak's guidance, the Senanayak Samudraya, the largest reservoir in the country, was gifted to the nation in 1951 as a result of that innovations. This was the time when we inherited the irrigation technology that we had inherited after the previous king's day. Not only talking about the past heritages but also the massive irrigation works such as Udawalae, Lunugamphira ing Inamidiya, Chandrikavwa, and Rajangania Tank were inherited by the country for the future. Steps were also taken to increase the capacity of Kantalvwa, Parakrama Samudraya, Kajala Tank, and Padavia Tank. After the 1990s, water demand was not limited to agriculture. The drinking water sector focused on water needs as well as environmental needs. Over the past 3 decades, the Department of Irrigation has played a revolutionary role in meeting these social needs. Resources such as Mawara, Waharagala Wimadilla, Rambakan Oya, Diduru Oya, Yan Oya, Guru Gal Oya, Kalu Gal Oya, Uma Oya Lower Reservoir System, Wheelie Oya, Atikka Anakut, Elapathana Anakut also marked the milestone of this historic victory. Most of the 73 major reservoirs maintained today are made up of local engineering technology after independence. The role of the technical services of the Irrigation Department in this endeavor cannot be forgotten. According to the Water Resources Plan, which was presented in 1958 and updated in 2014, the total water capacity currently accumulated should be increased by 30% to 9,000 million cubic meters to meet the current challenges. One of the steps to overcome these challenges is the construction of 5,000 tanks, the government's target. The technical guidelines for this were being provided by the Irrigation Department. The Irrigation Department, which plays such a major role, stands by the farming community, which constitutes 40% of the country's population, as a giant shadow to uplift their socio-economic status. It has also been able to give the nation a new technological direction in the implementation of all irrigation infrastructure using local technology and local resources. The annual gross rainfall is close to 2,000 mm and the real problem in the water sector of the country is that 65% of the rainfall we receive is received by the wet zone and 35% is received by other areas including the dry zone. Consideration is being given to creating intervalley irrigation canals to divert water from an excess water basin to a water-deficient river basin. Among them are Lower Malwathuoya Reservoir, Thalpatigala Reservoir, Mundeni Aru Basin Development Project, Jinnilwala Project, Hada Oya Project, Kumbukan Oya Project, Rugam Kithal Project. In addition, the Irrigation Prosperity Program is currently being implemented island-wide in line with the new government's Vision Prosperity Policy Statement to further strengthen this water management plan. It is planned to rehabilitate all the abandoned or less productive minor tanks scattered throughout the island. About 48,000 minor irrigation systems have been surveyed which have not received much attention, especially as minor irrigation. However, due to the fact that a large number of tank dikes belong to the forest reserve zones and are associated with tea and rubber plantations, it has been identified that the number of minor tank that can be developed under this program is around 15,000. The preparation of a joint program is a specialty. The Department of Irrigation plays a leading role in providing the required technical services. Reconstruction work on 5,000 tanks selected as the first phase of this program has already commenced.
Ladies and gentlemen, till we are getting connected with Dr. Hiromichi Kitada, we will be moving on to our keynote speakers. Let me now introduce our next keynote speaker. Mr. Anura Dissanayake, Secretary to the Ministry of Irrigation in Sri Lanka, who joined the Sri Lanka Administrative Service in 1990. During his illustrative administrative service career of over 30 years, he has held many responsible positions, including the Secretary to Ministry of Education, Ministry of Mahavalley Development and Environment, Ministry of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation. As Secretary Minister of Irrigation, Mr. Dissanayake is performing the task of optimal management of water resources in the country. He coordinates with all relevant public institutions, international agencies, NGOs, and community-based organizations to ensure integrated water resource management practices are carried out at all levels. Mr. Anura Dissanayake holds a degree from the University of Sri Jayewardenepura, Sri Lanka, and obtained postgraduate qualifications from University of Washington, USA. He is a recipient of many prestigious awards, including Fulbright Hubert H. Humphrey Fellowship in 2001 and 2002, and Most Outstanding Young Persons of Sri Lanka Award in 2000. Presidential Citation for Efficient Commitment in 1999, National Award for Best Public Sector Performance Improvement Plan in 1995, Youth Federation Annual Travel Performance Improvement in 1995, and American Field Service Exchange Fellowship in 1982. And the list goes on and on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to our keynote speaker, Mr. Anura Dissanayake.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening for the international participants who are representing and joining us across the globe. And Honorable State Minister for Irrigation, Honorable Anura Dissanayake, Secretary to Ministry of Agriculture, Professor Udita Lenage, and then the Secretary of State on Irrigation, and the Secretary for State Ministry of Mahavalley, and the Chairman of Sri Lanka sector of INWEPF, and then the Secretary of the Association and the Secretary for Ministry of Transportation, and all invited guests, including the Director General of Irrigation, Director General of Agriculture, and local and international institutions related to paddy and water. And also Dr. Matthew McCartney, the representative who's joining us today by making a National Institute of Water Management, and then Mr. Takayu O, the Japanese section chief overseas of the Office Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry and Fisheries, Japan, who is joining us shortly online. As a Secretary of Ministry of Irrigation, it's a pleasure to be the host and then to join you with make this presentation keynote, one of the keynote addresses to this distinguished international audience of experts in the field of water and water management and agriculture. As we all know, the world is growing population and changing consumption patterns will continue to drive demand for food. And it is observed that agriculture is the biggest use of fresh water. According to it's accounting to global average of 70% of all water withdrawals. What is essential for broad-based agricultural and rural development in order to meet the Millennium Development Goals, to improve food security and alleviation of poverty. Rice is one of the most popular crops in the countries of Asian monsoon region, providing staple food for our people. Although the population is rapidly increasing, the available freshwater resources are very limited, and therefore it is critically important to promote sustainable water use in agriculture with better governance, including participatory irrigation management practices. Agriculture water is not only vital for food production, but also provides a broad spectrum of services related to our society, culture, and our environment. These multiple roles and values of agriculture water must be recognized and evaluated and taken into account for development and management of our precious water resources. Moreover, paddy fields are wetlands in a sense. Thus, paddy fields potentially have the environmental benefits as natural wetlands do, including for flood control, groundwater recharge, water purification and biodiversity conservation, etc. On the occasion of Third Water Forum, the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries in Japan and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations co-organized a ministerial meeting on water for food and agriculture on March 21st, way back in 2003. The ministerial recommendation highlighted 3 challenges: food security and poverty alleviation, sustainable water use, and partnerships. As we all know, INWEPF is established to provide a forum to realize the above mentioned 3 challenges by promoting a dialogue, exchange knowledge and experience, creating synergy among existing forums, and strengthening the capacity building and agricultural water management and paddy fields with due consideration for environmental aspects. Sri Lanka was originally selected to host 17th committee meeting and symposia. From 2004 to 2012, different member countries hosted annual steering committee meetings and symposia, and the respective countries, as Sri Lanka being active member of INWEPF, organized in 12th steering committee meeting in 2015 in Colombo. The opportunity was because of these active contributions as a country. Sri Lanka was given the opportunity of hosting 17th steering meeting and symposium in 2020. But as we all know, due to unexpected pandemic situation, it was not possible to host in 2020. In August 2020, INWEPF Steering Committee decided to postpone the event to 2021, and we as a country agreed. And so therefore, I sincerely extend my gratitude for INWEPF Steering Committee for giving this valuable opportunity to Sri Lanka. As we all know, the main theme of this year annual conference is efficient resources management in fatty water ecosystems, and under which there are 5 themes have been presented and discussed, and many papers will be submitted in the afternoon, I believe. They are, just to recap, these 5 themes: modernization of irrigation systems for improving water and water productivity, integration, coordination, and collaboration on paddy water environment, appropriate and innovative approaches on climate resilience agriculture, useful investments of advanced technology for disaster risk reduction, paddy water environment, institutional transformation for better irrigation water management. All these timely sub-themes have direct connection to our own challenges, I should say. So challenges that we face as Sri Lanka at the moment, if I just summarize them to 4 categories. One is adaptation to the climate change. We all know Sri Lanka has been identified or categorized as one of the 10 most vulnerable countries in the world out of 190 odd countries through this German Watch Index that is in parallel to COP, climate change COP, they publish, then we are moving from different levels, second, third, then up to 10th. So that's, 10 most vulnerable means, it's a serious concern nation due to vulnerabilities of climate change. And then ensuring, and another challenge we are facing at the moment is ensuring food security due to unexpected COVID pandemic situation. We all know post COVID, I don't say post COVID, still it's ongoing, but we have passed through 3 waves, and which resulted in increased food safety precautions and so many challenges. So this is something that before us to make sure our people are fed and our exports of agriculture products start to be continually improved. And improved crop and water productivity, it's another challenge before us. Conservation of paddy water environment is another challenge before us. With all that, I'm happy to mention there are a number of positive steps have taken by the government of Sri Lanka to face these mentioned challenges. Number 1 is the policy directions under the President, His Excellency Gotabaya Rajapaksa. The new ministries had been formed, very focused on subject of relevant fields. So the Ministry of Irrigation is now blessed with 2 state ministries focusing on very specific targets. One such ministry, Honorable Minister is here with me, and Honorable Secretary is also here with me. The State Ministry of Tanks, Reservoirs and Irrigation Development related rural paddy fields. So you can see that how the government of Sri Lanka had given priority on paddy fields, and then the rural communities surrounded with our dry zone and upcountry paddy cultivation. And then there's another ministry had created, State Ministry for Development of Common Infrastructure Facilities of Settlements and Canals of Mahaweli Zones. Mahaweli is Sri Lanka's longest river, and Mahaweli River Basin is the east, covering 1/3 of the country's landmass, and then it takes approximately 20% of the water supply to agriculture, drinking, renewable energies, and industrial and service sectors. So there's a special ministry, and they're very focused. And then both these ministries is working under Ministry of Irrigation, and my minister, Honorable Chamal Rajapaksa, is a experienced irrigation agriculture expert, and who was to attend this important forum, but due to very unexpected sudden situation popped up, he had to attend another forum led by the president and the prime minister. So Sri Lanka, as a policy perspective, we are now given the priorities of the themes that the INWEPF had been recognized for this year's annual conference, that is efficient resource management in paddy and water ecosystems. So what have we done on so far on the action? I mentioned that climate change is one of the major challenge before us. So what we have done during last 4 to 5 years is to appropriate guidelines are essential for adaptation of knowledge and experience gained over the years of practice and endeavors, whether it's construction, operation, management of a system. We were able to gather 22 existing guidelines and 30 new guidelines under 6 themes covering investigations, planning and economic analysis, hydrology, mechanical and rehabilitation and design and estimation and irrigation management fields. And then we have set up a number of development initiatives to combat the climate change negative impacts. One such project is climate smart irrigated agriculture project, and this project was set up to improve the productivity in village tank cascade systems and climate resilience of small road agriculture in selected hotspot areas during the period of 5 years. And this also includes the rehabilitation of irrigation systems and operation and maintenance of cascade irrigation systems are one of some of the components of this initiative. And then we provided new set of guidelines and start modernizing minor irrigation dams and spillways to suit climate vulnerabilities. And we have prepared new technical guidelines for rehabilitation and of minor irrigation structures, village tank desilting, categorization of village tank cascades, and prioritization of investment based on the consequences versus risks, etc. And then we have prioritized approximately 48,000 minor irrigation schemes, tanks, anickets, rural water sources across the country. We have taken this as a disaster risk reduction and better production, especially under the climate change scenarios. These results of such study is used to special irrigation rehabilitation programs funded by the government own funding to improve 5,000 village irrigation systems during the period of 2020 to 2024. And the village tank cascade improvement projects. One is climate smart agriculture project funded by the World Bank assistance, and then climate resilience cascade improvement project, or we call it WAVGAM Pabudua, funded a grant funding project, Sri Lanka's first ever Green Climate Fund grant funded project to improve 33 tanks in 330 tanks in dry zone, and village tank cascade improvement project funded by the government, and then Mahaveli Water Security Investment Program funded by the Asian Development Bank. These are some of the actions taken or actions which are on pipeline to combat these challenges of the climate change vulnerabilities. And then the government has taken action to face challenges ensuring food security due to pandemic situation, And what we have done, a drastic policy decision has taken place to divert and prepare ourselves for our food security. We have prepared and declared a national database on working and abandoned all paddy fields and associated lands with its attributes for conservation and efficient management for all stakeholders in paddy, water, and environment sectors. And then we started land classification and crop diversification program for minor tanks in the dry zone to improve the water productivity. This program is targeted for 3,000 minor tanks during the next 5-year period. And encouraging vegetable crops and cereal crops to be cultivated in each and every home garden, and also to available lands of the government and semi-government office premises even to face scarcity of food during pandemic time. And what the other major area that I mentioned, action taken to face the improvement crop and water productivity. What have we done? A special project was initiated to minimize the impact of floods in the Mundini Aru Basin, focused on Batikalo city, one of the largest city in the eastern province, and a feasibility project has been designed and will be effected from the next January, funded with the French assistance and EU grant assistance. And a feasibility studies in the northern area also been commenced with the support of Government of Netherlands and some grant funding from the EU. Efficient agriculture, water use and management enhancement in paddy fields, Sri Lanka. There's another initiative which is for government-owned funding. It's been carried out. It's going on. And land classification and crop diversification program for minor tanks in the dry zone to improve the water productivity. This program is targeted for 3,000 minor tanks during the next 5-year period. Canal rehabilitation, water scheduling under minor tanks in the dry zone, improve water use efficiency is another initiative which will cover 500 tanks per year basis. So being an active partner of this great movement of INWEPF, Sri Lanka is actively taking part in many new endeavors, in line with the original theme of this great institution, that is food security, poverty and alleviation, sustainable water use and partnership. So we are very actively making, and I'm so proud to mention that all these institutions working with us are covering to water management, to mine irrigation, to large irrigations, and then agriculture and environment. So the actions taken to face challenge of conservation of paddy water environment, there are another significant policy decision had taken place. That is National Program for Changing Application of Chemical Fertilizer to Organic Fertilizers. And then formulation of National Water Resources Management Policy to facilitate efficient integrated water resources management and coordinating mechanisms among stakeholders in the water sector. This document is already prepared and submitted for the approval of the Cabinet of Ministers to transform it as a national policy. And introduce periodic water quality monitoring program for village irrigation systems in the dry zone, and assessment and time scale monitoring groundwater quality and quantity of the dry zone has already commenced. Assessment of groundwater in 3 different identified major dry zone districts with an idea of facilitating the use of water and optimizing water and land productivity in the agriculture sector were already completed. So I am so happy to conclude this speech by sharing these the new government's commitment for next decade to mitigate the vulnerabilities of climate change, and then also to ensure our ecosystem is managed with efficient water management for paddy fields. And so in order to reach these targets, we all have to get together. I must also reiterate that a very vital to secure the full cooperation of all partners to achieve these objectives, and the join and work together. And let me once again thank for the organizing committee for organizing this international event despite all the leaving the conventional meeting mode, but you are blended with online plus direct mode is been applied. And so let me thank once again as the secretary in charge of the Ministry of Irrigation for the organizers for having this great event in Colombo. And the days yet to come with many presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anura Dissanayake. Ladies and gentlemen, now to give an introduction of INWEPF Japan, we would like to invite Secretary General of INWEPF Japan, Director Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries of Japan, Dr. Hiromichi Kitada.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Anwar General Tune, State Minister of Tank is Reservoir Irrigation Development related to the rural paddy field. Honorable Shilpara Gamratu, State Minister of Canal is Common Infrastructure Development in the settlement is Mahabir Zone. Engineer is Didi Arya Tune, Chairman is INEP Sri Lanka. Distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen, hello, Ayuboan. I'm Kitada from Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Japan. I have the honor to attend the symposium today, and I have the further honor to deliver introductory speech on behalf of the INEP Japanese committee. First of all, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to Honorable Minister, all the people from Sri Lanka government and the INEP Sri Lanka committee for your efforts in the organize this event during this difficult time. Also, I hope all of you and your family and the safety and healthy. On the other hand, I'm very unhappy for me because before, when I'm working in the Japanese bank for the international cooperation, I was in charge of the Mahari project. This time, strongly, I was visiting to the Sri Lanka, but is hopefully next time I visiting your country. And now I'd like to introduce INEP. First, I'd like to talk about its background. Is established of the INEP. It is said that is the 21st century is the century of the water. Water is the issue of the concern and the interest is worldwide now. For this reason, the people is discussing the groundwater issue is all world, and the one of the largest occasion for discussion is World War Forum. It is held every 3 years. In 2003, Ministry's meeting of water and food and agriculture during the Third World Forum was held in Kyoto, Japan. INEP was established in 2004 to follow up the ministerial meeting. INEP has implemented various activities to realize the three challenges: food security and public aviation, sustainable is water use and partnership, and also is a minister meeting. In a house is organized the three working groups to tackle the three challenges. Working group 1, whose leader country is Malaysia, discuss how to strengthen its multifunctionality and food value chain related to the party field. Working group 2, whose leader is country is Korea, discuss is how to modernize its irrigation system is party responding to the climate change. Working 3, group is leader is Japan, discuss how to improve its water usage efficiency and water is productivity in the field. These seeds many hot topic for the climate change is achieve of is SDG. Through these activities, INWEPF provide is open platform from is promoting dialogue, exchange information, and experience, and creating is the synergy among is the existing fora, and formulating the idea for the innovative policy in the field of the sustainable party water use and conservation and the environment and better governance. The steering meeting is held on year by year. Rotation is basis among is a member country. The steering meeting is responsible for is making decision on the strategy and the planning activity, as well as is sharing the outcome is the INWEPF activity. On the occasion of the steering meeting, a symposium is held to provide and share the knowledge and disseminate is important achievement is INWEPF. With the participant of the 70 countries and the 8 international organizations, INWEPF has become is leading is a network is playing an important role is promoting the better water management for the party field in this region. Also, African countries was invited to join the INWEPF steering meeting last time. It will be more and more important for our future activity to collaborate with them. Unfortunately, INWEPF steering committee's meeting and symposium is suspended last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I wish this year becomes the new beginnings of the further development of the INWEPF towards to the post-COVID-19 world with the fruitful activity by its members country. And there always be a lot of the active discussion between the participants for the today's symposium. To close my remarks, I hope today's symposium will be successful and would be the very good opportunity for us to thinking about its endeavors and with this for the further development of paddy field farming. Thank you for its attention.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much, everybody. Honourable Ministers, Secretaries, Chairpersons, Heads of Department, honoured guests, INWEPF delegates from Sri Lanka and overseas, ladies and gentlemen. Many thanks for the opportunity to present today on behalf of the IMI Director General, Mark Smith, who would very much have liked to be here, but is unfortunately currently in Glasgow for the Climate Change COP. For those of you who don't know, IMI is the International Water Management Institute. We're part of the consultative group for international agricultural research, and our headquarters are here in Sri Lanka, in Colombo. But we work internationally, particularly in Africa and Asia, and many of the objectives of the INWEPF organisation are very similar to those of the International Water Management Institute. We're a research organisation focused on improving water resources management, primarily in the agricultural sector, but not entirely, not just within the agricultural sector. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about the need for agricultural transformation, and I'm going to focus particularly on the integration of fish into rice systems. So agriculture, as we know, it should be an engine basically for stability, food and nutrition security, poverty reduction, economic growth. But too often today it isn't that. Stresses are increasing, as we've already heard, as a consequence of climate change, land and water degradation, and loss of biodiversity. And all these things undermine productivity and make farming more difficult. And on the board here, on the presentation here, you can see some of the issues around agriculture at the moment. So degradation of land and water, climate change issues. I mean, agriculture is estimated contributes 30% of greenhouse gas emissions into the environment, into the atmosphere. And quite a large component of that is actually from rice production. And there's many other issues: loss of biodiversity, inappropriate application of agrochemicals is having a major impact on water quality and on biodiversity. So these are all issues that need to be investigated or to be dealt with if agriculture is going to transform. In 2019, there was a publication of the Eat Lancet report, which was a report written about developing a healthy diet for a healthy planet. So it took as its starting point the diet that people need to eat in order to maintain their own personal health, and how that could be produced, and what the consequences of producing a healthy diet would be. And it concluded that actually agriculture is the single biggest lever for addressing both environmental issues, but also human health issues. So it presents a real opportunity, agriculture. If we can get agriculture right, and agriculture and its role in food systems more generally, if we can get it right, then we have a big opportunity not only to deal with human health issues, but also issues of the environment. Because of course, human health is very much dependent on diet. And as we all know, large proportions of the world's population not only are still hungry, but are also malnourished, either over nutrition, too much, leading to obesity, or undernourished in terms of their food intake and their nutrition intake. So the future of agriculture, it needs to change, and it must be higher performing. It must be higher performing and better organised in order to bring about all these things. It needs with less environmental impact and more regenerative, and not only less environmental impact, but actually regenerating the environment. And just briefly, because of the big focus on water, just some fundamental truths about water. I mean, water, as we all know, it's a finite resource. Of course, it cycles, but it's still a finite resource. And it's, for many things like agriculture, of course, it's non-substitutable. Demand for water is growing as populations rise and scarcity is increasing, both as a consequence of population increase, but also a consequence of degradation of ecosystems and impacts on water quality. So as we pollute water, we're less able to use it for our own benefit. And it's critical now that we improve the management of water resources so that it produces more nutritious food without undermining the water resource. So I'm now going to talk about rice fish systems, which is something that Imi's been doing quite a lot of research on. And this is research that we do with partners from other CG institutes, such as World Fish, who specialise on research into fish and livelihoods, and also the International Rice Research Institute, which is another CG centre specialising on rice, and also other partners. But this work, which is, like I say, is focused on the introduction of fish into rice systems and how we can manage rice systems in a way that also enables us to produce more fish. And of course, fish, particularly in the context of Asia, are, after rice, perhaps the most important component of many of the national diets. It's also true that at the same time, aquaculture is increasing across Asia, at the same time as the wild capture fisheries are under increasing stress, not only from overfishing, but also from things like the intensification of agriculture, so from agrochemicals and pollution of water, and also from water control infrastructure, so infrastructure that's been built to manage water resources, both irrigation schemes but also dams, has big impacts on fish and their ability to move and migrate up rivers, to move on to floodplains when they need, which they often do for breeding and for the early stages of their life cycle. And this infrastructure is having big impacts on that, and then having that has implications for fisheries. And so to maintain rice field fisheries, we need both to have adequate infrastructure, appropriate infrastructure, and the right sort of management in order to do this. And it's one of the critical issues is maintaining connectivity within aquatic ecosystems that enable fish to move from place to place. And so we've done some work on what we call fish-friendly irrigation, which is looking at irrigation investments and thinking about how within irrigation fisheries might be introduced into those systems. And the main objectives and what we've shown actually is that you can introduce fish into irrigation. It can have big implications both for food and nutritional security because of course fish are vital for protein and for micronutrients for many people, and it's the only source of animal food, animal protein that many people actually can afford. It increases water productivity because you're not only producing the rice, but you're also producing now the fish, and the value of fish is often a lot higher than the value of, say, rice. So you can generate extra income for people because they can now sell the fish. And also, very importantly, if you've got fish in your system, then you have to cut back on the agrochemical use. So you don't have to buy that as an input. But of course, the fish will help with maintaining pests within paddies and also fertilizing the rice. So the fish play a very important role in the whole of the ecosystem setup. And of course, overall, by introducing fish into these systems, you can increase the resilience of communities, because it's also diversifying the system, it's diversifying their food source, and it brings about extra resilience for communities. Of course, I should say it's not a silver bullet. Introducing fish into irrigation systems is quite a complex thing to do, and it needs changes in the water management regime, because of course you need to manage the water, not only to grow the rice, but also to maintain the fish in that system. And this is just to show some of the things that we've been thinking about are trying to maintain, like I said, maintaining connectivity between rice systems and rivers and wetlands is incredibly important. And this is the top picture on the left-hand side here is a fish ladder, which is built actually in Laos to maintain the fish passage from the Mekong River up into a wetland rice system. And this was actually being built and designed by the University of Laos in conjunction with some partners from Australia to maintain this connectivity and to investigate what the best design was to get species of fish from the river into the rice system. And because in the past, a lot of what's been done is simply taking fish passes designs from, say, Europe and trying to introduce them into these tropical systems, and it basically doesn't work. You need different types and different designs for the fish in tropical systems, and this particular design was actually very successful. And they found that something like 120 different fish species could move up and down this fish pass. On the right, we've developed some guidelines which look at how to integrate fish within irrigation systems, and these were particularly targeted at irrigation managers and irrigation proponents, so people who design these systems, to try and get them to think about how to maybe integrate fish from the start of a system design. And so the diagram on the bottom left there is the planning cycle, and talking about how to integrate fish within that planning cycle for an irrigation or a water control infrastructure scheme. And of course, one of the important things to remember is it's very much about, it's not just producing technical fixes such as the fish pass, but also issues around the governance and how you manage these systems in order to bring the benefits to both local communities, bring the benefits to local communities, and also to make sure that the poorest people in those communities can benefit, and not just wealthy outsiders and so on. So the governance system needs to be also thought about, and is a very important aspect of the whole of the integration. And then just finally, I'd like to talk about some work that we've been doing in Myanmar, which is trying to pull all this stuff together. So taking the Eat Lancet Commission's recommendation or finding that food agriculture is both undermining diets and the health of people, but also undermining the planet. The same is very much true for Myanmar. And we wanted to look at, okay, well, we know we've got the Eat Lancet recommendation that agriculture can be, if we can modify it for human health and for the environment, that would be a great thing. But what does it actually mean in the context of a particular country, and in this case, Myanmar? So just taking that as the starting point, we decided to look at diets and then think about what would need to change and what the implications of that change would be for the environment. So we started, of course, with diets, and we used national level surveys of food consumption in communities. So we had a couple of surveys taken in around about 2010 and 2015. And we looked at what people were actually consuming in terms of food. And we did it not at the national level, but actually at state level. We had sufficient data to be able to look at the variation across different states. And we found, of course, that people's diet, it varies a bit state by state. But overall, in all the, the diagram on the right-hand side here just shows a couple of radar diagrams showing how people's diets, food consumption varies in different states. So the top one is Irrawaddy, and the second one is Bago, but we did this for all the states in Myanmar. And we found, of course, that although it varies a bit from state to state, overall, as we actually expected, people overconsume on starch, so rice, they eat too much rice, and they underconsume on all the other recommended food groups, so these 7 different food groups. And that includes not getting enough protein and animal products and micronutrients. So that can come either from fish or from growing different types of crop. And then the second thing we looked at within this study was the water footprint of growing this food. So now we turn to looking at, okay, what are the resources that are going into producing the food? And water was the big one that we're interested in. And we looked at water footprints. So the amount of water in meters cubed per ton of food produced. And this diagram here shows the water footprint for various different crops and for fish. I think the point when fish is one of these, and rice is the one at the top, and we could split it between green water, so rainfall, and blue water. So we knew how much is coming from the rain, what proportion of the water going into that crop comes from rain, and what proportion of it comes from irrigation effectively. And we were able to do this for a range of different crops, and including things like fruit and vegetables, and fish, and then of course livestock as well. And then from that we're able to, for each state, we could convert that into the total volume of water used to produce the food that was grown or produced in that state. And the bottom on the graph on the bottom left here just shows state by state how much water is being used in terms of millions of meters cubed of water. And you can see again a lot of variation between states. The state on the far left is the Irrawaddy state, that's the Irrawaddy Delta basically, where a lot of food in Myanmar, it's the biggest rice growing area, and a lot of food in Myanmar is grown, and it consumes the highest proportion of water. But I should say that the total volumes of water, I mean, it's about 5% of the total flow of the Irrawaddy River, which is actually being consumed by agriculture. So it's a relatively small percentage, but it's still quite a huge amount of water. And then the graph on the bottom right just shows at the national level how that water is split. So you can see I've shown it in terms of rice, livestock. So rice, other crops, livestock, and fish in aquaculture. And of course, I mean, livestock is slightly more than rice, but rice is still the second major consumption of water in the country. And then finally, this is the other aspect we were looking at. We wanted to look at what the implications were for climate change. And so we were looking at the carbon footprint of these different production systems. And again, we did this using IPCC emission factors. So that tells you how much per hectare of a particular land use carbon is being produced. You can convert from methane to CO2, etc. So there's a few calculations behind this, but it basically shows, again, by state. The top graph there is the emissions by state and by product, how much greenhouse gas was being emitted. And the bottom there on the bottom right just shows again what percentage of the total carbon emissions from agriculture are produced by different elements. So the rice produces nearly 32% of the agricultural greenhouse gas emissions in Myanmar. And what we want to do now is run scenarios whereby we change the crop production system and look at what the implications will therefore be for if you change the system to grow more healthy food, more nutritious food, maybe produce more fish, a little bit less rice, more vegetables, more fruit, etc. What that would mean in terms of both the water footprint and the carbon footprint for the country. And our hypothesis is that actually by, and what the Lancet found, at least at the global level, was that if you produce more healthy food, then you can actually reduce the carbon footprint at the same time as you reduce the water footprint. So overall, this is why you have a healthy diet for a healthy planet. You produce you produce more healthy food at the same time as reducing the impacts on the environment. So in conclusion, there's a lot of variation in diets throughout Asia, and dietary patterns change, but overall diets are probably inadequate in many places, particularly with respect to consumption of dense, nutritious food groups. So there's, again, in most places in Asia, there's overconsumption of rice and not enough consumption of fruit and vegetables, and also not enough consumption of protein and micronutrients, which come importantly, particularly from fish. The water footprints of agricultural products vary throughout Asia, and yeah, as we heard earlier, and again, as I showed in Myanmar, agriculture actually dominates water use and water consumption. Agriculture, livestock, and rice is the biggest source of greenhouse gas emissions, not only in Myanmar but in many other countries. Nutrient-sensitive fish agri-food systems. So there's a big call to remember fish in our food systems. We prioritize nutrient-rich foods and dietary diversity in agriculture, which could have big implications for malnutrition and healthier lifestyles. And yeah, we would argue, of course, that food production for healthier diets needs to be built into the thinking around agricultural production, and particularly in this case, because we're talking about rice, needs to be built into thinking about how we grow rice into the future. And with that, I'd like to say thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the workshop. And again, I apologise. I'm sure that my DG, Mark Smith, would have been very pleased. Well, he would have been very pleased to be here, and it's a shame that he couldn't. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matthew McCartney. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a special speech by INWEPF Japan. To conduct the presentation, we would like to invite Section Chief of Overseas Land Improvements Corporation Office, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Japan, Mr. Takuya Uyo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Let me share my screen first. So let me start my presentation. Nice to meet you. My name is Takuya Uo. I have the honor to attend the symposium and further the honor to deliver the speech on the keynote session. This is my first time to attend INWEPF symposium, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I will do my best. The title of my presentation is concerned toward the global indicator of water use efficiency. Today, I would like to talk about this indicator that FAO has developed in 2018 and would like to share some concerns and recommendations about this indicator. Here is a table of contents. I would like to start with a brief introduction of the background and description of the indicator. Next, I would like to move on to explain the concern that we have with the equation of the indicator. Then I would like to point out factors that are supposed to be considered when the indicator is evaluated. For the last, I would like to finish my presentation with some recommendation regarding this indicator. Now let's start with introduction. I would like to talk about brief background of this indicator. As you know, in 2015, UN adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 169 targets to provide a blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and planet. Among those, SDG 6 refers to the water. It aims to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. To achieve this goal, FAO has developed the global indicator 6.4.1, monitoring change in water use efficiency over time. Now, I'd like to explain how water use efficiency is going to be computed. Here is the equation where AWE is water use efficiency for agriculture sector. MWE is for industry sector and SWE is for service sector. P indicates proportion of water used by each sector. Now I'd like to explain more about water use efficiency for agriculture sector that is computed by this equation. Here, the GVA on the numerator indicates gross value added of each agriculture subsector, which are livestock, freshwater aquaculture, and irrigated cultivations. CR on the numerator indicates proportion of agricultural GVA from rain-fed agriculture, so that we could calculate GVA only for irrigated agriculture. VA on the denominator indicates the volume of water used by the agriculture sector. The important thing that I want to stress here is that the unit of the numerator is US dollar term, which shows economic value. On the other hand, the unit of the denominator is cubic meter. So, according to FAO, water use efficiency is an economic indicator assessing the extent to which a country's economic growth is dependent on the use of water resources. Then move on to explain concerns. I'd like to explain the first concern we have regarding evaluating water use efficiency by using GVA. Even if the countries try their best to decline irrigated water use efficiency in agriculture may be computed badly just because the price of the agriculture products varies due to the uncertainties such as bad weather. And once disaster occurs, agriculture production decreases when which leads to low GVA. Therefore, water use efficiency in agriculture sector might not be able to capture the actual improvement of the water use efficiency. Let me explain next concern. Evaluating water use efficiency by using volume of water, VA. While water resources from the groundwater in aquifer or from melting snow is non-renewable, water resource in monsoon Asia region is basically renewable. Especially the irrigation water for the paddy field farming is repeatedly used and returned to the river. The indicator can be evaluated in terms of the renewable water resources when it monitors the water use for irrigation in Asia monsoon region. This picture shows how irrigated water returns to the river under the paddy field farming. After irrigated water extracted from the river at the intake, the water goes back to the river. The blue line in the graph on the right shows the river discharge without return flow. The red line shows the river discharge with return flow. Therefore, it shows the river discharge does not decrease thanks to the return flow. Then I'd like to explain factors supposed to be considered in the equation. One of the factors that's supposed to be able to be plugged into this equation would be externalities of the paddy field farming. Through paddy field farming produce many positive externalities, the idea is not considered in the water use efficiency. Adding this value to the equation would influence positive externalities such as preventing and mitigating fraud and groundwater recharging. For example, Science Council of Japan estimated that the value of the multifunctionality of the paddy field farming in Japan is worth $48.6 billion per year in 2001. Therefore, those values can be accounted when the water use efficiency is evaluated. This graph on the right shows the paddy field's function of mitigation of fraud, which is one of the positive externalities on the paddy field farming. The higher line indicates the river discharge without the function, and the lower line shows the river discharge with function. The difference of the two lines indicates the mitigation of fraud, which is crucial for saving human lives. Now I'd like to move on to my recommendations. Water use efficiency has some concern when it is applied to Asia monsoon region. INWEPF Japan Committee suggests that evaluation should be done with consideration about the actual use of irrigation water in Asia monsoon region. Value of positive externality can be added when water use efficiency is evaluated. Especially regarding agriculture, evaluating and comparison over region and or industrial sectors or service sector should not be done only through the lens of the water use efficiency itself, since it is important to consider the regional difference of irrigation water use. To step further, INWEPF Japan Committee has organized a council for considering water use efficiency with experienced people in academic field. The council has been discussing water use efficiency to do better suggestion and find the best way to achieve SDG 6 from agricultural sector. INWEPF Japan Committee continues to support the council to present their research about water use efficiency. This is all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Takuya Yuyo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the address by our chief guest. Now, I would like to invite State Minister of Tanks, Reservoirs and Irrigation Development related to rural paddy fields, Honorable Anuradha Jayaratna, to address the gathering.
Aibuan, Secretary to the Ministry of Irrigation, and Secretary to the Ministry of Agriculture, and the two secretaries who are here representing the two state ministries, and all others who are seated at the head table, Director General of Irrigation Department, and all the other government representatives who are attending for the symposium today. and the INWEP member country chairman and members of the INWEP Sri Lanka committee, and all invitees participants gathered here for the valuable seminar. Firstly, I would like to extend my gratitude to the INWEP Sri Lanka committee for inviting me to grace this very important symposium. As the State Minister in charge of the subject of tank, reservoir, irrigation development related to the rural paddy field, your theme and the general objectives of the INWEP is highly relevant to the mandate of the State Ministry as well as the State Ministry of Mahaweli Development. Therefore, I'm honored to have this opportunity to share the policies and implementations of our government and the ministry along with my thoughts with you, the network of almost all the paddy cultivation countries in the region. Sri Lanka's irrigation heritage goes back over 2,500 years. The first irrigation tank with recorded history built by King Pandukaba in Anuradhapura Kingdom, named as INWEPF, still serve the nation up to date. Majority of the great kings who ruled this country have lived in dry zones of the country and hence have built larger irrigation reservoirs for the livelihood and prosperity of the nation. Following the king's example, village farmers have built thousands of small village tanks throughout the country, by which they were able to collect and preserve the water they need for the dry periods. After the independence in 1948, consecutive government have restored about 270 large irrigation reservoirs and about 15,000 village tanks to increase the food production, improve the living condition of the citizens. Most of the water collected in rainy season in those tanks were utilized for paddy farming, while part of it being utilized for domestic and other needs. However, today we are facing numerous challenges for sustainability of those traditional farming practices and agriculture economies. High cost of modernization and maintenance, pollution of water sources and other environmental degradation issues, low profitability on investment compared to other income-generated options, challenges and uncertainties due to climate change scenario, and only few to mention here. In addition to the above challenges, the present COVID-19 global pandemic situation has posed a much greater challenge to our production and market systems, where countries with small economies are faced with greater challenges. I believe those challenges are a common platform to most of our countries, and therefore we all shall together find ways and means to overcome those challenges by sharing the traditional knowledge and practices, new innovation, experiences in research, and so on to rise above the challenges together as a stronger. The Sri Lankan government, under the guidance of the President, His Excellency Gotabaya Rajapaksa, launched a rehabilitation program to renovate 5,000 village tanks and increase total water retaining capacity of the country as a precaution for the future climate change challenges and expected global food shortage. Our State Ministry and the State Ministry of Mahaweli Development was given the main responsibility to achieve this target, and we have planned to complete this work under the name Vara Saubhagya program. By 2023, utilizing local resources with the help of a private sector organization. I think so far as the first year, we have gone for about 1,400 tank rehabilitation so far up to now. In this program, we are taking steps to restore the natural environment in the catchment areas, tank beds, and paddy field, and improve the water management practices of the small tank cascades. The experience our engineers gained through previous INWEPF activities have helped and shaped them in proper planning and execution of such programs, and the same will be shared with other regional counterparts through future INWEPF activities. I'm convinced that professional network like INWEPF, can lead our nation to better scientific approaches to overcome such natural challenges. I thus realize the immense importance of the international network on the water and ecosystem in paddy fields and your continuous active participation in achieving objectives of the network in year to come, and assure you to lend any support from the Sri Lankan government to broaden and strengthen the activities of INWEP. Glancing through the last list of my member committees, I couldn't help but notice that all the countries share similar cultural as well as the social traditional and have long-standing relationship with the countries. Though this year you have confined with session for web-based virtual seminar, I warmly invite you all to visit our beautiful paradise and share your experiences with our irrigation and agriculture professionals when the health situation improves. Finally, while congratulating the committee for a successful event, I wish you all to have a very informative seminar and fruitful discussion for the benefit of a sustainable agriculture and ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our Chief Guest, Honorable Anuradha Jayaratne. We would now once again would like to invite you to present the mementos to our keynote speakers. Can we have your presence, please? Our Chief Guest, Honorable Anuradha Jayaratne. Accompanied by the Chairman and the Secretary. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to say thank you and appreciate their valuable time and service. So this is the time to present the mementos to our keynote speakers. Our first keynote speaker, Mr. Anura Disanayaka, Secretary to the Ministry of Irrigation. Thank you very much. Our next keynote speaker, Dr. Matthew McCartney, Research Group Leader, Sustainable Water Infrastructure and Ecosystems in IWMI. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to both our keynote speakers. A very big thank you to you for your valuable time. And a very big thank you to our dignitaries. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I was listening to all the presentations and all our speakers and amazing points, and I'm sure that all of us learned so many things. And while going through the documents and while listening to the speakers as well, something came to my mind. And I was seated right there and I was looking at the audience as well. So what came to my mind is that if you take a fruit, you can count the number of seeds inside that fruit. But if you take a seed, we cannot predict and we cannot count the number of fruits that seed can bear. And similarly, I would like to say the dignitaries here, including the chief guest, to all the keynote speakers and the dignitaries, to every single person in this audience, you are a seed. Because you exactly don't know how many lives you are saving, how many lives are benefiting, and how many lives you're supporting with the services you give. So I believe each and every one of you deserves a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
And this applaud is not for anyone else. This applaud is for you. Because to live, we need water. To live, we need paddy fields. And you are doing an amazing service to all the lives, to the nation, and to the world. So, congratulations on that. And we wish you all the very best to keep doing great, to keep serving, and to be the change that we always wanted to see in our lives. With that, now to deliver the vote of thanks, we would like to invite Secretary in INWEPF Sri Lanka, Engineer Lalit Tiaves.
Thank you, Bernard. Good afternoon. Honorable Minister, Honorable Anuradha Jayaratne, State Minister of Irrigation, the Secretary to the Minister of Irrigation, Mr. Andrew Disanayaka, the Secretary to the State Ministry of Irrigation, Engineer Ivan De Silva, Secretary to the State Minister of Mahawali Zone, Mrs. Chandra Herath, our keynote speaker, Dr. Matthew McCartney, and Chairman of in Sri Lanka as well as Chairman to the International Committee for year 2020 and 2021, Engineer T.D. Ariratna, our former secretaries, especially Engineer R.M.W. Ratnayaka, Engineer Upali Imbulana, and the Director Generals of Irrigation Department, Agriculture, the Commissioner General of Agrarian Development, and all the professionals who have been with us today to enlighten this event, the second international event conducted by the INWEPF Sri Lanka committee as a remarkable event hosted by us. So I would like to say a few words before I deliver my vote of thanks. During the last 17 years, INWEPF Sri Lanka gradually formed as the rigid platform to achieving the goals with our esteemed member organizations, the namely Irrigation Department, Mahawali Authority of Sri Lanka, Department of Agriculture, Department of Agrarian Development, Irrigation Management Division, Water Resource Board, and incidentally with Central Environment Authority, Rice Research and Development Institute, the HARTI, and some other universities. Actually, INWEPF is a knowledge sharing and capacity building platform. You will not get any tangible things out of the platform. You will gain only the knowledge and improve your capacities and share the knowledge among the international communities. Then it's a multidisciplinary professional, the platform who are working in the irrigated agriculture sector. So therefore, I hope today's event is more useful for us to stand with the international communities to fulfill our targets under the very crucial environment coming up with COVID-19 pandemic. In order to face for the challenges under this context, this gathering is much important for all of us, and I hope you will realize it. So without having taken much time, I would like to thanks to our Honorable Minister, Honorable Anuradha Jayaratne, State Minister to the Ministry of Irrigation, delivering a valuable speech, the timely needed the points, motivating all of us to take action against the conservation of paddy water ecosystems and the need of fulfilling the food demands as well as managing the water well. Thank you very much, sir, for giving you a valuable speech today, participating as a chief guest. Though our Honorable Minister Chamal Rajapaksa is been with us, I would like to thank for him because in order to conduct this event in year 2020 as on the invitation of the INWEPF International Committee, Honorable Chamal Rajapaksa was the Minister of Irrigation in the latter part of 2019. He put the cabinet paper before we participated the 16th INWEPF International meeting at Seoul, Korea. He supported since then to have this event in Sri Lanka, and I would like to pay our gratitudes and the our deepest thanks to the Honorable Minister Chamal Rajapaksa. Also, though the Honorable Minister of Srivala Gamlat and the Honorable Minister Mahindananda Alutgamage, Minister of Agriculture, and Honorable Minister Mahinda Amaravira, the Minister of Environment, they are not with us. They accepted our invitations, but they have some other commitment. Therefore, they encourage us to conduct the event in successfully, accepting our invitation. I must thank for them also. Other than them, through the physically not attended, but we would like to thank some other special invitees who accepted our invitation but not in physically participated for this event. Actually, in this at this moment, I would like to pay my respect and special thanks to Mr. Andrew Disanayaka, who is the Secretary to the Ministry of Irrigation, who gave us a great cooperation, the guidance and advice us to fulfill our targets under this event, to organize the conference in successful manner, having a hybrid platform, participating. Actually, we expect 80 participants physically and 120 participants virtually from the different destinations, different countries. In last evening, the crowd was exceeded more than 260. There are a lot of people, a lot of professionals, a lot of members of our member countries. They are connecting with us through the given web link to attend for this event. So it was a great success of our organizing committee. Sir, we must respect and thank for you to given guidance to conduct this event successfully. Then Engineer Ivan De Silva, who was one of the chairman, held this INWEPF committee when he was working as a secretary to the Ministry of Irrigation and Water Resources Management from 2009 to 2014. Actually, he guided us, and he was one of the key person who initiated some of the activities under the INWEPF Sri Lanka committee. I would like to pay our gratitude and thanks to you, sir, being with us today to success this event. Then Professor Udit K. Jayasinghe, the Secretary to the Ministry of Agriculture. Actually, he is one of the senior scientists and taking the very crucial agricultural matters at this moment. He has to attend for a meeting with the Honorable Minister. Therefore, he left the forum, but I would like to thank for him also. Then I would like to thank the Secretary to the State Minister of Mahawali, Mrs. Chandra Herath. She was very the kind lady, and we will work together for a long time. So thank you, Madam, for your presence here to enlighten the workshop or the symposium being with us. Then especially, I would like to thank Dr. Matthew McCartney, representing as a representative to the Director General of UMI, instead of Mr. Mark Smith. Actually, Mr. Mark Smith promised to me he will be attending to the conference, but unfortunately he has to attend for another global event. Therefore, he suggested to invite to the Dr. Matthew McCartney. It's very impressive, interesting, the keynote speech with the presentation, sir. I would like to thank on behalf of the INWEPF committee for delivering a deliberate the keynote speech in front of us. Thank you. So again, I would like to thank for the senior member of the INWEPF, the former secretary, Engineer R.M.W. Ratnayaka, who was another character, work with us. Actually, he's also one of the pioneer leader, guided for us to conduct the 12th International Steering Committee that was held in Negombo Jet in Blue Hotel with the more than 17, all the 17 countries and more than 80 foreign participants, we were able to conduct very good workshop with the exceeding the 200 number of participants in year 2015. Again, I would like to thank for the engineer Upali Imbulana, who was the senior consultant for the UNDP and working with the irrigation sector for a long time and accepting our invitation, sir. Your presence here is we are very much important. It's very much important, and I would like to thank you all. Then actually, we had a lot of issues to organize this event due to the COVID-19 pandemic and associated the quarantine regulations and health guidelines. However, we reached to our targets up to this level, especially with the support of extended by the technical review panel, comprising the 6 veteran water professionals. With our short notice, I would like to pay our respect to Engineer Mrs. Badra Kamaladasa, Dr. Herath Mantritilaka, Dr. Dhammakirti Wickramasinghe, Dr. Badrani Thoradeniya, Dr. Mrs. Amata Bentota, and Dr. Kitsiri Walage Polage. Within 2-3 weeks time, actually, they work hard, even up to midnight, and sometimes we had chat in midnight how to organize this event and how to come up with the today's event to make a success of the, especially the technical conference. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir, for you all. Then I'd like to extend my gratitude to Director General of Irrigation and especially Mrs. Janaki Migastan, who shouldered a lot of financial matters to conduct this event actually. So thank you for all, and I would like to thank the Additional Secretary and Director IMD, Mrs. Chandrika Atugala, Head of the Kitty, my friend, Engineer Frankie Pereira, and all the committee members. Actually, the Ruchini is one of the extraordinary character. She worked up to midnight last 2-3 weeks actually, because as I am now, I am away from the water sector, now I am in the transport sector. Mr. Araratna didn't allow me to away from this committee until conducting the event. Therefore, I had to take that responsibility, being with the irrigation or the water, the professionals during last 34 years in my service. So I took the responsibility to conduct this event. So thank you, the Ruchini, and all the, sorry for mentioning all of the team names. Actually, this is a very the newer experience we gained conducting this hybrid event. We were not familiarized with this environment, especially how to conduct the virtual event with the international forum. Andro Disanayaka guided us. You take some assistance from the expert group who are running this kind of activities. Fortunately, he was advised us to contact Mr. Androdi Alvis, who is an expert working for the ICTA. We had the Zoom meeting with him, and he guided us to how to organize this event to make a success in the different the ways and means to achieve our target. So our chairman always he's a silent character actually. I think that you all know, but he's a very the clever and expert man. He guided all of the committee members, giving the instruction all the ways and to organize the event successfully. So I must thank to the Mr. Androdi Alvis, though he's here, and the Mr. Bragit and his staff who are working for the Colombo conferences, then director and other authorities of the BMICH, then film producers, including Mr. Madhura of the Irrigation Department and media team of the Irrigation Department and the Ministry of Irrigation. Then our few of the sponsors who support financially to conduct some of the events, and the supportive staff. In addition, there are some the members of the INWEPF committee now who are working in different destinations, especially Mr. Engineer Palugassewa, Santa Palugassewa, and other members who are working away from the water sector. They're having the experience, gaining the experience in other sectors like me. Now I am working for the transport sector. The water is bound with the transport also. So it's it's a new experience. So I invited you to go out and the test how you can manage the sectors, other disciplines also. So finally, I wish to give my big thanks to our today's compeer, the expert of communication, Mrs. Berdin. Berdin is very difficult. Berdin Jayasinger, and all of you, the physically attended to our the workshop, all the participants, and virtually attending to our workshop, all the participants from different destinations over the globe, and all the staff who assisted me to organize this event with Mr. Ariratna to achieve our targets as we have promised at the 16th International Studying Committee held in Seoul, Korea. So I hope the international committee will accept that this nature of hybrid conference, and I believe the outcomes of the conference will be a fruitful things for us to face for the challenges that deliver our services, especially coming across with the COVID-19 pandemic. With that, thank you very much for all. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Lalit Alves, and especially, ladies and gentlemen, the organizing committee, from chairman to the secretary to the dignitaries to the organizing committee, have put their heart and soul to give you the best. So let's put our hands together to the organizing committee and everyone who went the extra mile to give their best. So thank you very much, our chief guests, and also our dignitaries as well. So let's put our hands to our chief guests as well as our dignitaries as well, ladies and gentlemen. Success is not a destination, but a beautiful journey. We learn, we achieve, we experience, we succeed, but we should never stop there. But we should always learn and experience from there and keep flying high, and that's the beauty of true success. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude the inauguration session, and we are ready to proceed to technical paper presentations. Firstly, let's take a look at a documentary on irrigation development, present, past, and future.
Sri Lanka is a captivating tropical island in the southern tip of India and home to more than 21 million people. This vivid territory looks green with biodiversity, rich in forest cover, wildlife, crops-filled land, immense resources of water bodies and sun-fed beaches around the island. Sri Lanka, an iconic country for great irrigational creation as old as over 2,500 years. Ceylon irrigation civilization that has evolved on ancient agricultural techniques upholds the agriculture and its betterment at all times. Rural majority, deeply embedded in the agriculture fed by irrigational schemes which are mostly gifted by ancient rulers. Sri Lanka possesses nearly 103 river basins, around 15,000 of tanks with cascades and water-filled reservoirs built in the recent past. The government of Sri Lanka commissioned the 30 years of Mahaveli Development Program in 1970, starting with the Polgolla diversions by constructing a barrage across the river Mahaveli. However, in 1977, the program was accelerated for a much shorter period of 6 years, aiming at obtaining electricity by hydropower generation, developing dry zone agricultural lands, creating employment opportunities developing new settlements for landless poor to improve their livelihoods, to flood controlling. Accordingly, the accelerated Mahaveli Development Program completed the following major components during the 1980s. Construction of the regulatory reservoirs, namely Kotmale, Victoria, Randenigala and Rantambe in the Mahaveli Cascade system. Development of Mahaveli systems H, IH and MH, including constructions of Dambuluya Reservoir and improving Kalavava Reservoir. Improving irrigation infrastructure in Mahaveli systems D1, D2 and G. Development of irrigation infrastructure in Mahaveli systems B, C and E, including construction of the new reservoirs Ulhitia, Ratkinda and Madruya. The program completed construction projects of Moragakhanda, Kaluganga and Umayo reservoirs just recently. In addition to the Mahaveli movement, water sector partners in the country executed several multi-purpose development projects with construction of dams and reservoirs. Accordingly, Lunugambehera, Inginimitia, Rambakannoya, Yannoya, Morana, Veheragala, Daduruoya reservoirs, Mavadiode Anikat, Value Anikat, and many more water storage and diversions kept in developing for agriculture as a first priority, then for hydropower and drinking water. Similarly, many more reservoirs including Lakshapana, Inginiagala, Udavalave, Samanalavawa were built for hydropower generation in addition to agriculture. Mahaveli Water Security Investment Program or MWSIP is under implementation now as a last phase of Mahaveli Development Program. Construction of Northwestern Province Canal and North Central Province Canal are progressing under MWSIP to transfer Mahaveli water to northwestern and northern parts of the country. Development in Madruya Right Bank Canal is also underway, now as a green investment project. Lower Malwatuya Reservoir, Thalpitigala Reservoir, Kumbukkannoya, Allavava Reservoir, Udavilachya Reservoir, Ging Nilvala Diversion are being kicked off as just initiated water resource development projects in Sri Lanka. Almost all development initiatives in water sector of Sri Lanka are being carried out as multi-purpose schemes, keeping the agriculture as the topmost priority in achieving sustainable development goals. As such, the government has now placed agricultural development and water resources management as the forefront of its development agenda, realizing the need of ensuring food security, poverty reduction, industrial development, sustainable economic growth, and improving resilience for climate change in the concept of green development. Being a key area of irrigational development, agriculture has great potential in Sri Lanka for viable economic growth and poverty reduction. Hence, nearly 40% of total population engages in agriculture and 42% of the country's total land area goes under agriculture. More than two-thirds of the country's poor live in rural areas, and chance of getting them out of poverty depends on the performance of agriculture and allied rural sectors. Having the power for eliminating poverty, agricultural sector is raising incomes amongst the poorest living in rural Sri Lanka. As a staple food, paddy occupies irrigable lands seasonally in dry zone, intermediate and part of wet zone in Sri Lanka. The area under paddy is 700,000 hectares. About 1.8 million farmer families engage in paddy cultivation island-wide. Sri Lanka currently produces 2.7 million tons of rice annually. The government aim is to ensure the level of self-sufficiency by increasing paddy production through irrigational infrastructure development, productivity improvement, and widening services for paddy farmers. Realizing the negative impact of modern agricultural practices, a sector is kicking off to shift towards organic drive on far-sighted vision, aiming for a healthy nation. Thereby, the water sector of Sri Lanka now is on a path of progress in a highly compatible way with agriculture in the tenets of sustainable development, serving the present and future generations of the country.
Ladies and gentlemen, even though it's a technical presentations and speeches, and while we were watching this documentary, I'm sure it touched our hearts. I'm sure it did touch our hearts, Sri Lanka. And I'm sure that all of you are extremely proud about yourselves because you are a part of it. So Ayubowan, may you live long. With that, let's now start the technical presentations. Before we move on to the technical presentations, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a group photograph of the organizing committee. So we would like to invite the organizing committee to come forward for a group photograph. So till the organizing committee come forward to take a group photograph, let me remind you that all the presentations presented today will be shared as an e-magazine. So all of you will have access to all the presentations. Can we please have the organizing committee coming forward for a group photograph? INWEPF Executive Committee, can we have you in front of the audience, please? So ladies and gentlemen, this is INWEPF Executive Committee. They've worked extremely hard, sleepless nights, a lot of commitment, a lot of dedication, and gone the extra mile to give you the best. Can we have all the executive committee members, INWEPF executive committee members in front, please? Few more to come. And don't forget to smile. And now only we see all the faces. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to the executive committee. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to move on to the first session, Theme 1. First session, Theme 1 is Modernization Irrigation Systems for Improving Water Productivity. And the session chair is Dr. Herat Mantri Tilaka. Let me now hand over the session to Dr. Herat Mantri Tilaka. He's graduated from Moscow Friendship University in year 1976 and obtained master's and PhD from Stochastic Hydrology from Moscow Civil Engineering University in 1982. He joined Mahavali Authority of Sri Lanka as an engineer in 1978, and he held several posts up to the level of director. He was instrumental to establish several posts up to the level of director, and he was instrumental to establish Mahavali GIS unit at Pulgola. He joined IWMI in 2002 as water resources engineer and later became consultant to the specialized field of water management and irrigation. At the time of his retirement from IWMI, he was holding the post of head of Sri Lanka Development Initiative and representative for Asia. He's the author of around 100 books, publications, and conference papers, which were published in international journals. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to our first session chair, Dr. Herat Mantri Tilaka.
Good afternoon, colleagues. You want to talk?
I will invite the rapporteurs as well. Thank you, Dr. Herat. So let me also invite the rapporteurs as well. So Rapporteur 1, Engineer S.K. Hevagama, and Rapporteur 2 is Engineer Ms. W.P. Sudarshani. And let me now hand over the session to Dr. Herat Mantri Tilaka.
Thank you for that brief introduction. Good afternoon. I suppose you are not hungry. You had a good breakfast as we have started. Thank you. I have one. First session topic. As you know, we have 5 topics, and first session is on modernization of irrigation system for improving water productivity. Let me, before uploading the whole thing, the 2 presenters are coming from South Korea. So before they get onto the podium screen, let me say a few words. I think topic is very, very important. As you know, these days, there's Glasgow, there's a huge conference going on, largest ever in the Britain on climate change. The topic is how to manage the climate change and get back to the good times or revert that. And water is a key in adaptation. If carbon is key for the mitigation, water is key for the adaptation. So there's no way out. We need to adapt to this changing situation. So there we need to be more worried about how we use water, how we manage it, how we return back to the environment. Here, to my mind, there are 3 phases in the water use. That's one is in the catchment area, where the source is generation, where the quantity is more important than the quality. Then the second, water abstraction and the use, that's second phase. Third phase is putting out, that's where the drainage and pollution and all that. So the quality comes very important in the last phase, but in the abstraction and use area, the second phase, quantity as well as quality is very important for us. So now here in this topic, we have 2 papers. We are talking about the first phase. That's about the catchment, how the catchment is being used. Without much of ado, let me invite to the keynote speaker, because we are a bit late and we have to run by. And each speaker for the presentation, we have 10 minutes, and we can allow questions if they are linked up with us. Otherwise, we'll try to move to the next paper. So we will first have 2 presentations, then we will go for the discussion. Let me invite Hongjin Shin from South Korea. He will be talking about drought vulnerability assessment in upland cultivation areas of South Korea. Over to you, Shin. I'm going to sit over there.
My name is Hyungjin Jin. I am in charge of water resource research at the Rural Research Institute, NKRC. Today, I'd like to give a presentation about drought vulnerability assessment in upland cultivation areas of South Korea. Korea has a meteorological environment that is very susceptible to drought. More than 60% of annual rainfall is concentrated in the rainy season for 3 months, and drought damage continues to occur. As a result of surveying the average amount of rainfall and the year of drought occurrence over the past 40 years, the occurrence of drought has increased over the past 10 years. Furthermore, it is expected that the occurrence and severity of drought will further increase due to climate change. According to a recent survey of 45,000 people in 40 countries, 44% of them were most concerned about drought and water shortages when asked what the most worrisome impact of climate change was. According to the above survey, we can confirm that the social concern about drought and water shortage is very high. Accordingly, there is increasing interest in preparing fundamental measures to overcome the drought in the face of climate change. Looking at the current status of drought damage in Korea, the focus is on the agricultural sector. In general, agricultural drought occurs when rainfall is low or heat wave persists when the supply of agricultural water is needed. Since 2000, agricultural droughts have occurred with a frequency of 0.69 times a year. It shows an increasing trend, and in particular, from 2014 to 2019, the agriculture damage and water supply damage has occurred in a wide area due to continuous droughts. According to the detailed status of agricultural drought damage from 2015 to 2019, the national average of 18,521 hectares had suffered drought damage. In particular, the damage occurred in a wide area of 24,787 hectares in 2018. In 2019, the national average number of rainy days during the rainy season was 15.8 days, which was less than 17.2 days in an average year. Also, the amount of precipitation was 197.6 millimeters, which was 54% of the average year's 366.4 millimeters. In August, 13% of the country had a 10-year cycle drought, and 41% had a 5-year cycle drought. For this reason, it is necessary to manage the growth and development stage of crops. Due to the nature of agricultural water, it is difficult to apply standardized management methods such as cultivated crops, cultivation period, and cultivation scale. This is why constant drought management and customized water management for each region are required. This study intended to be utilized a multi-criteria evaluation technique and apply the TOPSIS method for the assessment of a drought vulnerability focused on groundwater well management. And the evaluation results may be provided as information for the management of groundwater wells. As you can see from the figure, the study identified evaluation factors and provided a priority management area. The assessment factors are determined in Step 1. Factors were distinguished by positive and negative factors, depending on their effect on the vulnerability. Step 2 is the construction of the database. This includes the standardization of data. Evaluation is carried out in Step 3, while vulnerable areas are selected in Step 4, and key management elements are derived. This study chose the assessment factors by focusing on drought and classifying the positive and negative elements of the wells. Precipitation, groundwater level, and pumping capacity were considered to have positive effects on groundwater well capacity and efficiency, while cultivated area, the number of consecutive days without rain, and the proportion of private groundwater wells were considered as negative factors. Several methods can be used to standardize data. In this study, we used the rescaling method to convert different units and distributions into identical, unitless numbers. This simplified the calculation of vulnerability scores. The data were organized in this study as shown in figure by standardizing the data from 158 cities and counties. The closer the standardized score of a positive impact survey item is to 1, the greater the positive impact. Similarly, the closer the standardized score of the negative impact survey item is to 1, the greater the negative impact. As you can see from the figure, for the positive evaluation factors, the difference between the average and maximum and minimum values was the greatest for the groundwater level. The average annual precipitation was relatively low compared to the maximum. The pumping capacity per cultivation area varied more than the other factors. For the negative factors, the number of days without rain had one of the lowest dispersions, while the proportion of private groundwater wells had the highest maximum and average values. The positive effects were noticeable in the south, and the negative effects were high except for some parts of the northeast. Analysis of the factors in the top areas with high well efficiency vulnerabilities showed that the positive impact factor, pumping capacity per cultivation area, was high, and the negative impact factor, private groundwater well ratio, was low. Looking at the status of the bottom 20 areas with low well efficiency vulnerabilities, the negative impact factor, the proportion of private groundwater wells, was very high, and the positive impact factor, pumping capacity per cultivation area, was low. Thus, high vulnerability areas have high pumping capacity per cultivation area, while low vulnerability areas have very high cultivated areas and low pumping capacity per cultivation area. It was difficult to confirm a direct connection between annual precipitation, the number of days without rain, and the evaluation results. In terms of drought management, vulnerability eventually relies heavily on the capacity of water resources supplied through the stable operation of the wells, and the positive impact factor. Pumping capacity per cultivation area was low. As a result of the analysis, pumping capacity per cultivation area and cultivated area are major factors in the screening of vulnerable areas. Thus, these can be selected as key elements of administrative management for drought. The scale of the cultivated area is a private factor, so it is difficult to manage through policy. Therefore, in order to provide adequate water to drought-prone fields, management policies need to be established to consider pumping capacity per cultivation area. In particular, the water supply should be stable during drought. Typical private groundwater wells can have difficulties in providing stable water during a drought. Public groundwater wells that can utilize aquifer groundwater can be proposed as a more stable water supply method. Therefore, public groundwater wells can be established in the vulnerable areas derived from this study to increase responsiveness to drought. I'd like to conclude today's presentation by summarizing the information. This study presented a method to identify areas among 158 cities and counties in Korea that must prioritize efficient well management during droughts. Precipitation, the groundwater level, and pumping capacity per cultivation area were considered to positively affect well efficiency, while the cultivated area, number of consecutive days without rain, and proportion of private wells negatively affected the efficiency. According to the analysis, pumping capacity per cultivation area and cultivated area are the main factors for selecting vulnerable areas and can be judged as critical factors for managing field droughts. Therefore, management policies using public groundwater wells are needed for a stable water supply to drought-prone fields. And that brings us to the end. Thank you for your time and attention today.
For that precise, very crisp presentation. Please don't go away. We have another presentation from South Korea, and after that we have a few questions to you. Let me invite the next presenter. Is an engineer, Chenam Lee. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your names. He will be talking about assessment of climate impact on a heightened reservoirs in South Korea. Over to you, Engineer Lee.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chenam Lee. I am in charge of water resource research at the Rural Research Institute in KRC. I'm going to give a presentation about the assessment of climate impact on a heightened reservoir in South Korea. First, I'm going to briefly tell you about the background of the study. Climate change has caused a variety of water-related issues around the world. As you all know, climate change is caused by global warming, causing temperature rise, abnormal climate, sea level rise, and water shortage. Korea is no exception, and the temperature rose 0.5 degrees, which is higher than the world average. These climate changes will affect floods, droughts, agriculture, and stream flow. Therefore, we are demanding a water resource impact assessment on climate change in the future. Let's take a quick look at Korean agricultural water. In Korea, 16% of the total land is used as agricultural land. It will be the part marked in yellow on the map on the right. Agricultural water used here accounts for 47% of the total water resource use, and the proportion used in agriculture is the largest. There are 70,000 facilities nationwide that supply agricultural water. The main supply facilities are reservoirs facilities. The reservoir location is indicated on the map on the right and is distributed nationwide. Let me tell you about the modernization of irrigation water supply facilities. It can be divided into a remodeling reservoir structure and an improving management system. In the first section, reservoir embankment can be heightened, or waterways that distribute water supply are replaced with concrete or pipeline canals. The second section is the efficient water management system project. Facilities are monitored with CCTV, and various hydrological data are monitored using measuring equipment. The Water Management Officer will check this information at the Central Management Office, and the water management facility will be controlled through the web and mobile. In this study, we conducted a study linking the aforementioned climate change with the structural remodeling of the reservoir. The purpose of the study is to evaluate whether irrigation water supply will not interfere in the future by applying climate change scenarios to the heightened reservoirs. In addition to supplying irrigation water, we also wanted to examine the possibility of using agricultural water as stream maintenance water. The research target site is Ganghae Reservoir. This reservoir is located in the central part of Korea. The watershed area is 1,040 hectares, and the irrigation area is 446 hectares. The 2011 embankment heightening project increased the reservoir embankment height by 2.0 meters. This increase resulted in a full water level increase from elevation 127.5 meters to elevation 129.5 meters. Effective water storage also increased from 3,166,000 cubic meters before the reservoir heightening project to 4,198,000 cubic meters after the project, thereby securing an additional water storage space of 1,032,000 cubic meters. Climate change scenario was applied with the RCP scenario presented in the 5th IPCC report. RCP 4.5 is a scenario in which the greenhouse gas reduction policy is implemented. And RCP 8.5 is a scenario assuming that greenhouse gas is emitted without reduction. Weather data and hydrology data were collected from Jeonju Meteorological Observatory. Reservoir water level data was used for analysis. Now, I'd like to move on to the research method. Step 1. We compared the climate change scenario data with the observation data and performed correction work on precipitation data and temperature data. Step 2. We constructed a reservoir simulation operation model and performed calibration work using past reservoir level data. Step 3. Based on this, the water supply capacity of future reservoirs was evaluated. Future water supply simulation was analyzed by dividing the reservoir embankment before and after heightening it. The water supply conditions were divided into two, and one was the only irrigation water was supplied, and the other was both irrigation water and stream maintenance water were supplied. Next, I'd like to talk about the research results. The left figure compares the irrigation water supply capacity before and after the project for each RCP scenario. For the reservoir's water supply capacity, the water supply stability was evaluated based on Korean Agricultural Reservoir Design Standard. In the figure, the red line is the criterion for evaluating the stability of the water supply. Before the reservoir heightening project, the water supply safety was the lowest at the beginning of the 21st century under RCP 4.5. In RCP 8.5, the overall irrigation water supply capacity was lower than the design criterion in all periods. After the reservoir heightening project, the GH reservoir's future irrigation water supply capacity increased by up to 3.4% in RCP 4.5 and up to 13.3% in RCP 8.5. These increases indicate that the overall agricultural water supply capacity was improved compared to the period before the project because water resources were secured due to embankment heightening. The right figure shows the comparison of the annual average storage and water shortage quantity before and after embankment heightening in the 2085s in RCP 4.5. The water shortage quantity after heightening tended to decrease, which highlights the inability of the reservoir heightening project to prevent reservoir depletion completely. The left figure compares the in-stream water supplied with the extra water after the irrigation water supply under the RCP scenario. The minimum in-stream water was similar values for the two scenarios. However, the maximum in-stream water that can be supplied varied significantly depending on the reservoir watershed runoff change. The right figure compares the irrigation water portions and in-stream water supplied from the reservoir under the RCP scenarios. In the RCP 4.5 scenario, The future in-stream water supply ratios were up to 25% and up to 13.5% in the RCP 8.5 scenario, respectively. It was possible to quantitatively compare the amount of reservoir water secured by the embankment height as in-stream water. The in-stream water supply ratio was estimated to have large variability according to the set period for each climate change scenario. Our results reveal that timely and flexible operation is necessary to in-stream the water supply. Lastly, I'd like to conclude today's presentation by summarizing the information. Drought has been frequently occurring in South Korea due to climate change. This study evaluates the future water supply capacity of the heightened agricultural reservoir based on the RCP 4.5 and 8.5 climate change scenarios. Climate change is expected to decrease the reservoir's future available water resources. After the reservoir heightening, an overall improvement was observed in the stability of the future irrigation water supply. Moreover, the remaining water after the supply of the irrigation water could supply daily in-stream water. The use of climate change information should be expanded to establish reasonable irrigation water management policies considering future climate change. And that brings us to the end. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Now, please don't go away. We have a few more minutes so audience can raise questions. Now open for you all to raise questions if there anything you want to clarify from our colleagues from South Korea. To remind you, first paper was talking about drought vulnerability and why they need to manage the well water abstraction, setting caps on well water, because food habits are moving from rice to high value crops grown in upper areas. The second one is how important to meet the climate change using increased volumes in the reservoirs, and how it can improve the in-stream water availability in the streams, rivers. So floor is open for you. Any questions? Please don't hesitate to ask, raise your hand. Yes, Talib? Yes, anybody who is virtually joined with us also can raise questions. Our colleagues who are monitoring the website can bring us those questions. Okay. So if there's no question, are there any questions from the web? Zoom platform? No? If not, let us conclude this session. Thank you again, Janam Lee and Dr. Shim, for your contribution to this 17th INWEPF symposium. I think your contribution is more on the upstream side, which is impacting water availability on the downstream paddy fields. So that's the connection I see from your both presentations, which is valuable for us to think about how our paddy fields with such kind of threats from the upstream side, apart from any other looking at the water paddy fields themselves. So with that, let me conclude and pass it over to the organizers so that they can start the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Herat Mantritilaka. We really appreciate your wise words and support as always. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's take a look at the e-poster of Ms. Sevandi Chandrasekhara.
Good evening to all. I am Sevandi Chandrasekhara from University of Peradeniya. Today's presentation is about the irrigation ordinance in Sri Lanka is the continuing amendments to the ordinance cater the climate resilience in paddy farmers in Sri Lanka. During the British colonization in Sri Lanka, the British governors identified that the combined system of irrigation and paddy cultivation was the main backbone of the ancient Sri Lanka, and they have introduced the first enactment, the Irrigation Ordinance in number 32 in 1856, as well as the Irrigation Department in 1900 in order to manage the water resources in Sri Lanka. However, the high frequent and intensified extreme weather events such as droughts and floods and saline water intrusion with climate change influence sea level rise and impact negatively on rice farming communities in Therefore, I have reviewed the Irrigation Ordinances number 32 of 1946 and Irrigation Amendment Acts number 23 of 1983 and the number 34 of 1990. There I have found positive outcomes of the amendments, and they are: the reviewed ordinances concern mainly on construction, maintenance, division and extension of both the major and minor irrigation schemes. Importantly, the mentioned ordinance provided statement focusing on conserving the available stored water in the irrigation schemes, rainwater and seepage water, and minimizing wasting of wet water. Furthermore, special attention was given to secure the traditional customs and providing downstream water availability. The participatory irrigation management based on all the levels were assured in the statement in the ordinance by including the cultivation committees, and active participation of the main stakeholders in the paddy farming and the decision making at the field level for better cultivation was vested by the ordinances. Further, the statement is vested to allocate water for the transboundary farmers who are not under the existing irrigation schemes. However, there are some drawbacks of the amendments. Some argues that the amendments were complex and difficult in understanding the contents, but it is almost common for the most of the enactments in Sri Lanka. The time duration allocated to receive the court decision is not decided, and due to that, officials at the irrigation department confront difficulties in implementing their duties and the penalties. Further, pricing of bulk water allocation for irrigation is not implemented in Sri Lanka, but statements related to various irrigation rates in the amendments may misguide the relevant observers. Though the pricing of irrigation water is controversial in Sri Lanka, incorporating it into the future amendments for water conservation in the changing climate is suggested. Furthermore, overlapping the responsibilities in the institution are one of the drawbacks for the successful irrigation water management. Frequent changes in the responsible ministries relevant to irrigation water management in Sri Lanka could make difficulties while implementing the statement vested among the amendments.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. What we were witnessing was the e-post of Ms. Sevandi Chandrasekhara. And with that, we are ready to move on to the session 2, theme 2. The theme 2 is integration, coordination, and collaboration on paddy water environment. Let me now take the honor to invite the session chair, Dr. Amita Bentota. Dr. Amita Bentota is a graduate from Faculty of Agriculture, Peradeniya, and she earned her PhD from University of Birmingham, UK in genetics and plant breeding. She served in the Department of Agriculture for about 33 years and was elevated up to the Additional Director General for Agriculture Research. She produced rice varieties for the country and developed 5 rice varieties having tolerance to iron toxicity in rice soils. Her varieties contributed to food security not only in Sri Lanka but also globally. She was named by the Department of Agriculture as the Best Agriculture Scientist in 2011. She has also won the Presidential Awards for Scientific Publications in 2013. She was named one of the outstanding scientists by International Rice Research Institute alumni in 2014 in recognition of her achievements in rice research management. In 2018, she received the Senadira Rice Research Award for Asian rice scientists working within the National Agriculture Research and Extension System. Further, she was honored for the 2019 edition of the Asian Scientists 100 list as the most outstanding agriculture researcher. Presently, she is working as Additional Director, Agriculture in Irrigation Management Division of Irrigation Ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome the second chair for the session 2, Dr. Amita Bentota. And with that, I would also like to invite the Rapporteur 1, Engineer Ms. Medha Nijay and Rapporteur 2, Engineer S. Kokula Raman. Let me now hand over the session to Dr. Amita Bentota.
Thank you very much. Good evening. INSEF Symposium 2021 is organizing under the pandemic situation COVID-19. Let me first of all congratulate the organizing committee for organizing such an important symposium under this condition. But you organize in such a way to have a in a very glamorous manner. And also I would like to thank the organizing committee for selecting me to chair the session 2. As you all aware, in 1950s, we imported 50% of the rice requirement to this country. But at present, we are importing very less quantities, which is not necessary for our nation. Of course, the quantity which is required for the tourism. But you are aware that in time to time, our self-sufficiency levels goes up and down. From 2010, of course, we are self-sufficient. We declared as the self-sufficient. Due to this, the water environment changes in the paddy fields, we have ups and downs. So this session number 2, on integration, coordination, and collaboration on paddy water is very much essential at the moment to maintain the self-sufficiency levels in our country. There are 2 presenters for this session 2. Of course, under the topic, the engineer DC Hettiarachchi is going to speak about improve the paddy water environment of paddy lands in low reach and either side of Miwe River by integration, collaboration, and modernization activities. And Mr. Hettiarachchi, Engineer Mr. Hettiarachchi is a senior irrigation engineer presently working at the Regional Director's Office at Anuradhapura. He is a graduate from University of Peradeniya BSc Engineering in 2006. He earned his MSc from Saitama University, Japan in 2016. He worked as a divisional engineer in Puttalam, and at the moment he worked as a lecturer, Irrigation Training Institute, Galgamuwa. Over to you, Dilip, to present your topic on the session 2.
Hi, have a nice day for all of you. I am Dilip Chaturanga Hettiarachchi, irrigation engineer attached to the Department of Irrigation, Sri Lanka. Today I have got a great opportunity to discuss about a case study on improve the paddy water environment of paddy lands in lower reach and either sides of Mioya River in Puttalam by integration, collaboration and modernization activities under the sub-theme number 2 of 17th International Symposium of International Network for Water and Ecosystem in Paddy Fields. With that brief description, I would like to move to my presentation. Paddy industry in Sri Lanka is experiencing the adverse effects of climate change impacts during recent past. Many of the major and medium irrigation schemes are taking adaptation measures for cater these issues. But minor irrigation schemes, including isolated paddy lands, which I am going to be discussed today, in lower reaches and either sides of rivers, are getting less attention in this scenario and in cultivation decision-making process. The paddy lands here we are going to discuss are totally depending on drainage water from another irrigation scheme in upstream or extraction of water from a river or a stream or from groundwater source. This is the location where I am going to interest in. It is some paddy land in Mallankurama area in Kottukachchiya GN division, in Armaduwa DS division in Puttalam district. Just about 13 kilometers upstream to this area, we have the major irrigation reservoir called Inaugural tank here. So once Inaugural tank is getting starting its spilling time, these paddy lands are get inundated with river water. So these are the area actually we are discussing today. One day when I am working as the divisional irrigation engineer to Puttalam, some of the farmers of these paddy lands came to our office and make an humble request to come to their paddy lands and see their difficulties and give some help for continue their paddy cultivation. On that humble request, we paid some site visits and had some discussions with farmers, and we found that they have cultivation failures happen in certain instances due to less knowledge and understanding on climate changes and the behavior of upstream irrigation schemes, in this case especially the behavior of Inaugural reservoir and the scheme. Lands are inundated due to river floods, as these land of course in the river floodplain, that can be expected. And high production cost is incurred due to continuous pumping of water for paddy cultivation. Even though they have a number of success stories of harvesting an average yield of 130 to 150 with a maximum of 170 bushels per acre in both cultivation seasons, which is a great achievement by them. So let me explain about the existing condition of the paddy area when we visit the sites. Approximately, the land is extended to of paddy lands of 110 acres, and those lands are consist with few number of diesel operated engine driven pumps to extract water from Mioya, and this extracted water is distributed through PVC pipes or earthen drain canals or simply from gravity from plot to plot. And we found that, or we observed, there is a high possibility of damage to pumps and pipes lines and their temporary facilities during the flood time. And upon sees the flood, they should have to make a lot of effort to rearrange this water supply system again. And not only that, the high production again will come to the situation. It incurred due to the pumping and routine maintenance of the pumps and supply system. So these figures are explaining clearly what I have explained earlier. This is the way how they are extracting water from Mioya with some temporary support and facilities. And this is how they are delivering water through this kind of engine driven pumps. And this is how they have received water from Mioya up to their paddy lands. So having the idea of proposing this system, improvement to this system to a project, we made suggestions like this. Here, this is the Mioya and LV side of the Mioya, and we will construct an elevated pump house facilitated with sufficient electricity. Then if we install the pump here, we can extract water and deliver it to the farmlands through the open or half-round canals like this, or PVC pipe network. And in addition to that, we can select lands parallel to the Mioya and do land consolidation techniques, which will improve the soil water environmental in the paddy. Then the extracted water will pass through the paddy lands and finally ended up with a drainage canal somewhere here. And if we improve this drainage canal with solar pump systems, we can repump some amount of water back to the paddy fields, which will help to reduce the water extraction cost here. So these are the proposed modernization activities that I discussed previously. And in addition to that, if we can upgrade the knowledge of farmers for on-farm water management practices, as what we are doing in our major irrigations and major and medium irrigation schemes, and improve the communication practices with help of mass media platforms, because I found many of them can handle smartphones. We can convey the messages of weather forecast, how the Inaugural tank is going to be behave during flood time, and what are the decisions we made in surrounding major and medium irrigation Khanda meetings. And finally, improve the elephant fence with a sensor system, and the alarms will help them to notify the incoming intrusions of the elephant for their paddy lands. So I would like to point out the following factors as a conclusion here. Providing and strengthening the farmers with aforesaid facilities will ensure the proper on-farm water and crop management and adjust the cultivation pattern accordingly. Due to modernization of the water conveyance system, as we discussed previously, farmers can further reduce the production cost and they can save the time with their effort they put for maintain the system. By doing that, of course, we can promote them for go for an intermediate cultivation season also. Ultimately, these farmers will train to make decisions by themselves, blended with their inherent experience and the inputs we are going to give to them. And finally, they could manage their system with much efficiently and effectively than today. So this is the existing condition there, and I hope and I wish that they could be transferred to this kind of improved, modernized system. And herewith I will wind up my presentation, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Engineer Hettiarachchi. Let's give him a round of applause. And now we'll move to the second presenter, Engineer ADS Iresh. He's going to talk about floodplain zoning for Lower Kalni River Basin. Over to you, Engineer Iresh. I wanted to introduce him. I'm sorry. Engineer Iresh joined the irrigation department as an irrigation assistant, and later on he obtained his graduateship from Institute of Engineers in 2008. And also he earned his MSc degree in technology, surface water hydrology in 2017. He worked as the divisional engineer Ratnapura and residential engineer Morana project. Presently, he is working as a senior engineer in hydrology division of irrigation department. Over to you, Iresh.
Hi there. My name is ADS Iresh, and I am an irrigation engineer in the hydrology division of the irrigation department. Have you ever experienced floods? I'm sure if you are living in the floodplains of Kalani, Kalu or Attanagalu rivers, you might have experienced the devastating floods that occurred during the last decades. You might be wondering, what does this have to do with this floodplain zoning? So, during the next 9 minutes time, I will brief you the uses of floodplain zoning and a prominent method to carry out this task with a case study results for Lower Kalani River Strip. Now I'm going to show you 4 steps how I have addressed this issue with a very brief introduction. What is my objective? What is my methodology? And a case study results and a discussion. The Lower Kalani River is located in the western part of the island. It receives over 5,000 millimeters of rainfall per annum. Most of the rainfall received during southwest monsoon and intermonsoons. Flooding is a common hazard in this part of the country. Annually, the government has to pay a huge compensation for the loss of lives and properties due to flood. It can be farmlands or physical assets. The concept of floodplain zoning, is emerging as a solution for this issue. Most of the developing countries, governments, and the insurance companies use this methodology to address the flooding problem. It does not reduce the flood. Obviously, we cannot control the nature, but we can prevent getting flooding or claim for that. The developing country like Sri Lanka, these methodologies need to be developed and mastered before applying it. So these are my objectives. First, doing the frequency analysis, then hydrological modeling, using Mike Levin NAM and using Mike Levin hydrodynamic model, then ultimately develop floodplain zoning maps with different return periods. For this, I have to use river gauging station data, that is discharge and water level, rainfall data, evaporation data, finally the bathymetric data. So let's begin with the methodology adopted. Initially, the historical data was screened, that is water level, discharge, rainfall, and evaporation data. Goodness of fit measure. Goodness of fit measure, that is to identify the best fit distribution for the stream flow data, the annual peak flood series. For that, I have used three methods: the index test, chi-square test, and L movement diagram method. For this study, I have used four candidate distributions, that is log normal, Gumbel, generalized extreme value, and Pearson type 3, which have been used extensively by hydrologists to estimate the frequency analysis all over the world. Subsequently, flood quantiles were estimated for 10, 25, 50, and 100-year return periods. Finally, Mike Levin, NAM, and the hydrodynamic model simulation and final floodplain map generation for different return periods. Though I introduced this method in a short time, I must say that this study took a long time to carry out. These are the schematic diagrams of the study, starting the data collection, daily evaporation, daily rainfall and discharge, the catchment information. Using those data, the Mike Levin rainfall runoff model simulation, calibration and validation of the NAM model, then Mike Levin hydrodynamic model data collection, the boundary condition data, and the Mike Levin hydrodynamic model parameters and morphological data. Then the hydrodynamic model simulated, calibrated, and validated. Finally, these two models, NAM model and the hydrodynamic model, integrated and simulated using the estimate flood frequency analysis data to generate the floodplain maps. So this is also a schematic diagram for the NAM model calibration and validation. First, the NAM model auto calibration using the default parameters, and set of parameters were selected using the root mean square error. Then again, the model simulated and calibrated to find the best fit distribution using the coefficient of determinant R squared. Then finally, a set of parameters was selected. Then the sensitivity analysis to estimate the sensitivity of those parameters. Then the calibrated parameters were estimated using the Nash-Sutcliffe efficiency, NSE. So these are the final results of my study, that is for Lower Canary River Basin. The frequency analysis was done for Hunwalla, Glencoe, Kitulgala, and Norwood gauging stations. So L movement diagram ratio method gives the best fit distribution for each gauging station. As for the results, Hunwalla, Glencoe, and Kitulgala, Norwood get log normal, Pearson type 3, and so on. For the hydrodynamic model, I have used Hunwalla to river mouth, Canary River strip to generate the flood inundation maps. For that, I have used the Hunwalla flood quantiles, the return period floods. For Hunwalla, the best fit distribution is log normal distribution, and the two parameters for that distribution is that. So these are the results for the Mike Levin NAM model. The calibrated parameters, there are 9 parameters calibrated and validated, and these are the statistical indices for calibration and validation: the root mean square error, Nash-Sutcliffe efficiency, percentage bias, and RSR. And these are the hydrodynamic model calibrated parameters. That is, the only parameter is the Manning's roughness for hydrodynamic modeling. Finally, the two models were integrated and simulated using the return period class, that is 10, 25, 50, and 100 years. These floodplain maps we can use for future developments and for addressing the flooding of farmlands and physical assets. And also it is very useful for future planning of this part of the river strip. Thank you for kindly.
Comes out of the research will be applicable to our country. And I also wanted to get idea from the audience about these two presentations and give them a strong constructive criticism for them to continue these important findings. Both virtual virtual participants as well as the physical participant can ask the questions from these two presenters. Yes, please. I'm sorry, you can introduce yourself and do the. Yes.
We play a mouth tone or something, they start barking, shouting and things like that. So I think there should be a way to scare these elephants with a, it can be a very noisy, not noisy one, but with a, what I can say is with a sound system, tiny, very little, with vibration, so that elephant will receive that when he approach the fence, elephant will be alarming, and an alarm system where a little vibration will cause their ears to run away from the public and the farmers. Thank you. I think that will be a good session.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any idea from the speaker, Engineer Hettiarachchi, about that suggestion? It's a valuable suggestion.
May I hear audible? I'm really sorry. In the initial session of the, I did not hear the initial session, but I guess that it is about elephant fence that I have made some comment there. I think it's a very useful idea rather than just going for the day-to-day that we are experiencing just an elephant fence, but it should be improved as our audience said that we better to think about the other ways. That's what I mentioned about the sensitized elephant fence. That's a good idea, and thank you very much for that.
Question we can take, yes. Yeah, yes, please. Can you kindly introduce yourself, please? Okay.
Is the under the according to his paper, under the results C, he says that this solution is applicable for the paddy field in case of what I am asking is that this same solution can be applicable for the marshy lands. Those are even in the case of the abandoned paddy field, there are a lot of marshy lands were there, and we cannot cultivate because of the high water level, and most of the farmers, they don't have enough technology to lower the water level. Throughout the year, the water level is maintained in the higher level, and the productivity of the paddies also get reduced. Another solution is, another problem is most of the paddy field in Matara and Gol district, there are a lot of areas abandoned, and some of they use for that, what do you call that, Sojan method, but we have seen that there are no practically more benefited for this solution. Only few locations they have selected for Sojan application. Is that the one, according to his conclusion, also given several other method also to apply for this situation? What I'm asking is, even in case of the marshy lands and where the high water table is maintained in remaining, what are the this solution is applicable for that? Thank you.
Yeah, Hettiarachchi, Engineer Hettiarachchi.
Actually, I did not get the question very clearly from the beginning part. I could not hear it clearly. May I be more clear about the question, please?
Is practicable, and also the method he was explaining about Sojan system, which is going to be proposed for this purpose, not using by the many of the farmers.
I think the one I'm explaining about paddy lands in lower reaches of our rivers, and the case study was focused to Niue, and where we don't have that marshy lands. The only issue is they are getting inundated with the Niue flooding time. So the problem was that they don't know when it is going to be flood, and their temporary arrangement almost getting destroyed. So they have some such kind of issues. Other than that, their paddy lands are getting nourished with this flooding condition. Of course, it is very benefited for them, but only thing that we have to maintain a good communication. That's what I was focused about here. So in that area, in the case study area also, the people are not using a high-tech method. Just Even they are not using parachute method even.
Course, I also had the question because I wanted to know how much cost will for this method, for how many areas you can, practically give the solution for that cost, of course. I just wanted to know the capital cost.
For a pumping, install a pump station. For in this case, they had about 110 acres nearly. If we have to cover up 110 acres, at least I think we have to spend around 30 million, 8 million or something, with a safety pumping arrangement also. That much of detail I have not studied. That means I propose that solar powered pumps, that also we have to study, and using the solar power system we can reduce somewhat amount of the total cost of pumping operation.
Thank you very much. And I do have a question to Iresha also. I think the time is up now. The Iresha, that your modeling method, you explained very well. And what are the countries practically applying this modeling method? I just wanted to know, because in Sri Lanka we are not applying at the moment. It is very much essential. Is there any country in the world applying this model? Because there are a lot of floods in many other countries like Bangladesh, India, and so on.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for the question. Actually, Mike 11 model is a very famous model in most of the countries. Even in India, they use extensively for this model for this kind of things.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me congratulate both the presenters giving the very valuable suggestions for managing the rice water ecosystems. And also I would like to thank all the participants and the organizers once again having this successful meeting. And I wish that you will have...
Excuse me, can I have one question?
The one last maybe, yes.
My question is for Iresh. You have used 30 meter SRTN. So is it sufficient to represent the topography of the, it is a flat terrain, is it sufficient? And one more thing, have you considered the bathymetry of the river? If you can give a improved bathymetry, maybe accurate bathymetry, your model will improve. And the last thing, have you compared with any previous flood situation? I'm asking about the flooded area to the floodplain. Have you had any comparisons with the previous floods? That's all.
Hello.
Oh, can hear you.
Thank you for your question. Actually, yes, I have compared. The data is available in the hydrology division. I have compared with the previous floods. And also, I think I have mentioned that bathymetric data in my presentation. So it includes that river sectional data. The bathymetric means the river sectional data. Obviously, we cannot have more than 30 meters regarding the dams. So we have high resolution dams, so we can use, but really not available. So that's it. If it is available, so we can use. No problem.
Thank you. I wish all the best for rest of the workshop. Good evening again.
Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to move on to the next e-poster by engineer DMSA Disanaika.
Good afternoon, dear sirs and dear ladies and gentlemen. I am DM Sampath Disanaika from National Water Supply and Drainage Board. I am an electrical engineer by profession as well as a professionally registered electrical engineer at Engineering Council, United Kingdom. Today, I am going to present my research about the design and development of a smart irrigation system based on moisture content of the soil. In order to move on the topic, let me to demonstrate the abstract of this research. The smart irrigation system has been designed to be controlled based on the moisture content of the soil. The research works were carried out in order to identify the significant and specific electrical parameter which is being varying with the soil moisture content. The capacitance and the resistance were identified electrical parameters which are varied with the soil moisture content. Identified electrical parameters should be sensed and to be converted into another certain parameter which can be used to control a system and can be known by a control system. Therefore, the frequency was the above mentioned parameter and the capacitance or resistance can be converted into a certain frequency by an astable multivibrator circuit. Therefore, 555 IC based oscillator circuit was used in order to fulfill the above task. Further experiments were carried out in order to check the variation of the soil resistance and capacitance with the 555 IC oscillator frequency. Soil resistance versus oscillator frequency showed the most linear variation, and that information was used to develop and calibrate the system since the above information type is more reliable. Therefore, the soil resistance was selected as the most suitable electrical parameter to develop the sensor subsystem for the final instrument. Further, this linear variation provides the easiness of programming of the system. And also, this linear variation provides an enhanced readability. Therefore, the optimization of the number of the detectors can be achieved to be used at a large cultivation area, example a paddy field, compared to the capacitance based detectors. The basic block diagram of the developed smart irrigation system has been mentioned in the poster presentation. Here the detector system generates a square wave pulse train and its frequency varied in accordance with the soil moisture content. Atmega 32 microcontroller based controller system detects the level of the moisture content through its frequency and controls the water supply through a solenoid valve, motorized sluice gate, or a water pump. However, I have used a solenoid valve to test the developed instrument. That is all about the research that I have done, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, what we were witnessing was the e-poster by engineer DMSA Disanaika. And once again, I would like to also thank Dr. Amita Bentota. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next session, session 3, theme 3, I'm sure that you are looking at your faces. you all are thirsty for knowledge, that you're thirsty for experience, you're thirsty for networking. Now, ladies and gentlemen, and you're thirsty as well. So there's a drink ready for you, a soft drink. But what we thought is not everyone that will go out right now. Maybe I can start from my right hand side, which is the left hand side from you. Maybe we can get batches to go outside and have your soft drink and a quick break and come back. So maybe we can start with this batch, and after they return, slowly the next batch can go, and the third batch also can go out and have your soft drink and come back. And in case if you feel that this is a particularly like a area that you want, that doesn't matter, you can stay back and later you can quickly have it and come as well. Just feel relaxed and make sure that you make the maximum advantage of these presentations as well as the time as well. Also, to remind you, all these presentations and speeches will also be uploaded for your reference on as a e-magazine as well. So ladies and gentlemen, session 3, theme 3 is appropriate and innovative approaches on climate resilient agriculture. And the session chair is Dr. Jayanta Senanayaka. Let me now introduce the session chair. Dr. Jayanta Senanayaka is a principal scientist, biotechnology, graduated from University of Peradeniya, BSc in Agriculture, obtained MSc and PhD from Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi, presently working as the Acting Director, Rice Research and Development Institute, Batalegoda. He was the Research Officer, Department of Agriculture, Additional Director, National Plant Quarantine Service, Katanayaka. He won the Best Scientist Award in Annual Symposium of Department of Agriculture in 2018 and is a faculty board member, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Rajarata. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the list goes on and on and on, but let me keep it very simple. And the rapporteurs, Rapporteur 1 is Engineer Ms. Shiromi Veeraratna and Rapporteur 2 is Engineer Ms. Inoka Vikramasinghe. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now hand over the session to Dr. Jayanta Senanayaka.
Hope still I can say good afternoon, though we are a bit behind. And thank you very much for inviting me to chair this session. And so we have, this is the appropriate and innovative approaches on climate resilient agriculture. We have two speakers, eminent speakers. So first person, Engineer Miss MD Tilini Vasana. Topic is irrigation modernization in Galloy Basin under development of basin investment plans, climate resilience improvement project, CRIP. Second presentation is from engineer Mr. Prabhat Vitarana. The topic, preparation of hydrological soil group map of Sri Lanka by using GIS model. As in previous sessions, so presenters will be making their presentations. After that, we will have a Q&A time. And in Q&A time also, I kindly request you all to confine to the subject, and later also I think you can discuss with these presenters. So since we are a bit behind, without taking much time, I would like to invite Miss Tilini Vasana. So if I introduce her, she got BSc Engineering from University of Maradua in 2013, then joined the Irrigation Ministry. She served there from 2013 to 2015 as a civil engineer. Then joined Irrigation Department 2016 onwards as an irrigation engineer. Now worked in the CRIP project. She has done, she has local and international papers. And with these words, I would like to invite Engineer Ms. Tilini Vasana. It's over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm going to present you about irrigation modernization in Galloy Basin. This is a study results of basin investment plans under climate resilient improvement project. I am Tilini Vasana, irrigation engineer of Irrigation Department. Myself, together with engineer Madhubhashini Deeptika, who is a former project engineer of Script DPIP study, and engineer Janaki Meekastenan, additional Director General of Irrigation from Irrigation Department, wrote this abstract. Before moving to the study, I would like to give a brief introduction about the studied basin, which is Galway River Basin. The Galway Basin is located mainly in the dry and intermediate zones of eastern and central part of Sri Lanka, with a catchment area of 1,863 square kilometers. The river length is 108 kilometers, with a mean annual rainfall around 200 millimeters. It is the home to four major reservoirs such as Senanayaka Samudra, Namaloya, Jayantivawa and Ekaloya. Senanayaka Samudra is considered to be the largest reservoir in Sri Lanka and the main features of the water supply system in the basin, as it stores around 950 mcm of water at its full capacity. Water from the reservoir is used primarily for irrigation in the Ur and eastern provinces. Now let's move to the approach to the irrigation modernization in Galway Basin. As I explained in my previous slide, Galway is home to the largest reservoir in Sri Lanka, which is Senanayaka Samudra. But drought or period of water shortage is a frequent event in this basin, especially in the left bank system of the Senanayaka Samudra irrigation scheme. This situation is expected to be increased in future with the climate change impacts. As a solution to the drought, DBIP study proposed irrigation modernization to the Galway Basin. They identified major reasons for introducing irrigation modernization to the Galway Basin is mainly the poor water use efficiencies of irrigation scheme in this basin. This is due to the lack of effective water management and canal system management, which results in higher operational losses and conveyance losses. Apart from that, the major rehabilitation of the canal system of Senanayaka Samudra irrigation scheme has not been taken place since 1981, that is almost 40 years. There are three main irrigation components under Senanayaka Samudra. The first one is LB system, which is shown in here. The other one is RB system, and third one is river system. Out of these three systems, LB system experienced the most drought issues according to the historical event data and the field data collected from the irrigation officers. The total land area around 53,000 acres of the LB system is directly fed by the LB canal. But according to the data provided by the Irrigation Department field officers, the LB system contributes more to the reduced cropping intensity of the whole Senanayaka Samudra scheme than the right bank and main river system. This proved the severity of the water shortage affected by the left bank system of Senanayaka Samudra irrigation scheme. Therefore, LB system of Senanayaka Samudra scheme selected for our analysis. Accordingly, drought mitigation interventions have been proposed for the Senanayaka Samudra irrigation scheme in order to reduce losses, improve water management, and to modernize the LB system. These are the proposed interventions for the LB system. The proposed structural and non-structural interventions include taking level crossing tanks offline and pragmatic desiltation. The LB canal system is interlinked with few tanks that act as online storage and level crossing. These are Aligalge tank, Himidurava tank and Valgama tank. Proposed intervention includes to separate the offline tanks hydraulically from the main canal by control structure. Then the fluctuation of the water level in the tank would not affect canal flows. This would lead to the operation of the tank and the canal for maximum benefit. You can see the proposed intervention for the Aligalge tank. Here, we are proposing to separate the tank from LB canal hydraulically. Other interventions are essential maintenance and upgrade of the canal system, command area development with half pipe or buried pipe distribution, introduction of crops, cultivation methods and water application method that requires less water, access to the farm to market road rehabilitation and upgrading, management, operation and maintenance, supports and monitoring, farm organization strengthening and development activities. Now let's move to the modeling of the irrigation modernization. It was used for the evaluation and planning system, the WEEP model for this analysis. We have created a 6-week model for this analysis. Option 1 is the model which represents the existing irrigation system of LP system with an overall efficiency of 39%. This overall efficiency is taken from the engineer Ponraja's technical guideline with a 65% of conveyance efficiency and 60% of application efficiency. Existing irrigation scheme further model for 2 scenarios. Case 1 represents the current condition and case 2 represents the future condition with future climatic changes and future irrigation demands. Then we model the interventions for 2 overall efficiencies, which represent our interventions. One is for overall efficiency of 50%, another one is for overall efficiency of 61%. These overall efficiencies were selected by experts based on the Integrated Water Productivity Improvement Project, which is INWEPF 2020 guidelines. These 2 models also further divided further model to represent the current condition case 1 and future condition case 2. Let's move to the model results. In order to assess the best efficiency scenarios, potential demand deficit reduction under current and future conditions which were obtained from the WEEP results were compared. You can see the results, model results here. For our existing irrigation scheme with an overall efficiency of 39, it shows that we have demand deficit of 39.79 MCM for the current scenarios. This is reduced to 30.06 MCM with an overall efficiency of 50% in this scheme. This is further reduced to the 22.04 MCM for the overall efficiency of 61. This is for current condition. When it comes to the future scenario, the demand deficit of existing system is 49.96 MCM and this is reduced to 39.72 MCM for the overall efficiency of 50 and it's further reduced to 29.76 MCM for the overall efficiency of 61%. Now let's come to the conclusion. These are the results I have graphically shown here. According to the results, it can be seen that there is a clear increase in the reduction of local demand deficit with increase of irrigation efficiency for both the current and future condition. It is also important to note that increased irrigation efficiencies in the proposed intervention area have a wider benefit to the basin. As irrigation demand is decreased in the proposed interventions area, more water is available elsewhere in the basin to meet other water demands like drinking water. Finally, according to the results more generally, the WEEP model shows that the model proposed intervention will have a real impact on demand deficit. Hence we can adopt this as a drought mitigation option to the Galway River Basin. Finally, I would like to give my sincere thanks to Engineer Anurama Pannal, who's the Deputy Project Director of TRIP study, Mr. Matthew Scott. He works as consultant of Trout Modeler, Mr. Nicholas Parlanthas. He's a hydrologist, and Engineer Tushar Disanaik. He was the Chief Engineer to Galway study, and Mr. Vasanta Vijayanaik, economist of TRIP study.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ms. Thilini Vasana, for your nice and informative presentation. So Q&A will be at the end. So next presenter is Mr. Engineer Mr. Prabhat Vitarana. He's a civil engineer by profession. He worked in the Department of Agrarian Development more than 30. He has been working there for more than 35 years. He served as the head water management division of Agrarian Development Department for more than 10 years. He was an expert in GIS, and he was instrumental in preparing GIS maps for all minor irrigation schemes in Sri Lanka. And he has more than 10 research articles and conference papers. He is the author of nearly 10 publications related to small irrigation works and cascade development also. With these words, I would like to invite Engineer Mr. D.D. Prabhat Vitana for your presentation on preparation of hydrological soil group map of Sri Lanka by using GIS model. It's over to you, sir.
Good day, distinguished gathering. I am Prabhat Vitarana from Sri Lanka. Today, my topic is hydrologic soil group map of Sri Lanka. So, by definition, the hydrologic soil group is a group of soils having similar runoff potential under similar rainfall and land cover conditions. And when we define the term soil mapping, it is not just mapping the type of soil, it's a mapping of soil profile layer. And the main objective of this exercise is to prepare a hydrologic soil group map of Sri Lanka. And the purpose. And we all know that soil plays a key role in defining watershed functions. To evaluate watersheds in Sri Lanka, this is important. And the estimation of rainfall runoff relationship and soil retention of watersheds. And finally, facilitate curve number hydrology by USDA NRCS, and very recently it is defined by National Engineering Handbook Part 630 in 2009 for Sri Lankan context. The theory of H is this, the basic criteria. Always we measure the we identify the hydrologic soil groups when the soil is bare. And also it must be properly wet, and it can be defined by major soil textural classes. There are 12 soil texture classes already internationally defined. And also the same soil types, hydrological soil groups, can be defined by water transmittivity parameters. Mainly the saturated hydraulic conductivity, the least value, and the depth to impermeable soil layer, sometimes we call it as a saturated zone depth. And the third one is the effect of groundwater table. And the definitive criteria, as an example, there are mainly 4 types. Type A, the infiltration is high, runoff potential is low, hydraulic conductivity, saturated hydraulic conductivity is very high, and effect of groundwater table is negligible, almost nil. And when we select the D class, D group, the infiltration is very low, runoff potential is very high, saturated hydraulic conductivity is low, and in most of the cases there can be groundwater effect. Maybe the groundwater table is very closer to the surface. The methodology. Entire Sri Lanka is identified as the area of study. Soil sampling technique. The stratified sampling technique was used to represent all 11 grade soil groups already identified for Sri Lanka. And we wanted to satisfy a condition that at least one sample from one agrarian services center, that is 562. And samples were taken from B horizon, means that nearly 30 centimeters below the surface. And the sample size, minimum sample size required to produce a map with 90% accuracy and 5% allowable error is 300 in this particular exercise. But we observed nearly 664 samples. Data compilation, minimum data set we collected is the location data, that is coordinate WGS84 using GPS, and hydraulic conductivity, minimum hydraulic conductivity KSAT values, and particle size distribution, sand, silt, and clay percentage. And the data exploration. And first of all, once we get the data set, we wanted to check whether this data set is the frequency distribution, whether it conforms to the normal or Gaussian distribution. Then we decided the geostatistical model that we are going to use for the development of this digital map. We identified that empirical Bayesian tree in EPK is the most appropriate one. Then the software we identified is the ArcGIS Pro. And there are two types of parameters. First one is the water transmittivity parameters. Then second one is the PSD, means particle size distribution. Under water transmittivity, the KSAT values, depth to the impermeable layer, and depth to the water table. And under the particle size distribution, sand, silt, and clay percentage, and thereby soil texture. And in Sri Lanka, silt dominating soil classes are very rare. And here you can see on the left side, you can see the soil profile in the dry zone, the A horizon and the B horizon. We are supposed to collect samples nearly 30 centimeters below the surface, that is B1 horizon. On the right side, you can see how we identify the drainage classes visually. So in soil, the standards use the type 1 particle size distribution, soil separates and textural classification. There's a USDA standards declared by Soil Conservation Service in 1978 and still remains the same. For hydrological soil group HSD classification, at the very beginning, USDA declared those specifications by TR 55 in 1975 and 1986. Later on, this specification was updated by the same institution under National Engineering Handbook Part 630 Chapter 7 in 2009. Type 2, that is water transmittivity parameters. There is a HST classification declared by the same institute and the same standards in Chapter 7, Table 7.1 in 2009. This is the geostatistical model that we used, and data set was uploaded into GIS platform. Then the EBK geostatistical model was used. In this particular model, accuracy can be controlled and cross-validation can be checked. Once it is confirmed, we developed 3 different rasters, one for sand, one for silt, and one for clay. Once these 3 rasters are developed, so we use the raster calculator by using the logics defined by the specifications, and finally produce different polygons for different soil texture classes as mentioned on the right side. See, sandy loam, sandy clay loam, silty loam, and so on. And finally, there are internationally accepted 12 texture classes, but in Sri Lanka, in this particular exercise, it is identified that only 8 major textural classes are visible. So by using this classification, so we developed the hydrologic soil group map of Sri Lanka. And the accuracy control on left side, you can see EBK, the cross-validation results. There is a reference line and the regression line almost same. And the RMS value is almost equal to 1, and mean standardized error is almost 0. And very well satisfied on the right side, the agreement of distribution of these samples. This was assessed by using the Cohen's kappa coefficient, and actual observed agreement is 0.9, and choice of agreement is 0.57, therefore the kappa coefficient derived is 0.77, and the standard error is 0.2%, that means less than 5. So results are substantial and reliability used, I believe. Results interpretation. On the left side, you can see the major textural soil classes. Out of 12, 8 classes are available in Sri Lanka. So you can see the individual texture class and the land area percentage. On the right side, you can see the distribution of hydrological soil group classes A, B, C, D, and also the area percentage. And type C, HSG group C, covers almost 55% of the land territory of Sri Lanka, and type B covers 27%. Type B covers only 2%. That seems negligible. So this is our final product, and right side you can see textural class map of Sri Lanka, and the left side you can see hydrological soil group map of Sri Lanka and future improvements. So I suggest to collect more soil samples with water transmittivity parameters and thereby improve the kappa coefficient between 0.8 to 1. That means that condition is known as the perfect condition. But in this particular map, it is substantial, not perfect. And also I suggest to prepare hydrological soil group maps for each river basin instead of preparing a one map. Initially it is okay, but at a second stage, we should prepare HSG map for each and every river basin of this country at a better scale. That means around 1:40,000 scale. So advantages derived is use. Then this map can be used to apply the curve number hydrology for Sri Lankan water resource planning. The second thing is this can be used to estimate the flood runoff under climate change scenario and redesign spill structures and our reservoirs to minimize the risk and improve the dam safety. And finally, improve the reliability of water resource planning and climate resilient is paddy-based irrigated agriculture in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Mr. Prabhat. It was also a wonderful presentation. So in these two presentations, you were able to find, that water is free, is still free in Sri Lanka, and lots of runoff, desiltation, so many things are required to avoid such situations. So in the first presentation, the presenter, Ms. Thilini, Engineer Ms. Thilini, she paid attention how to do this, the increase water use efficiency. In other words, paying attention, desiltation, water cross management options like that. It was very interesting. And she used the model and she thought that model would work. And so in the next presentation, in Mr. Prabhat's Engineer Mr. Prabhat's presentation, he was able to develop a new soil map, hydrological soil map, and he mentioned that he would develop maps for each river basin also, very useful and very innovative ideas from both the presenters. With these words, this forum is open for question, and I think we have to limit up to 2 questions per presenter. Hope that organizers have arranged to discuss these matters with them online also. With this, I kindly request you to ask you to submit your the questions to them, and online people also, they can also join. Thank you very much. Mike.
Here the river basin map is somewhat not normally a map, but it should be a hydrological map. No? Then the other one is that the purpose of having preparing a river basin map is to get some more information or get to the nature of the hydrological nature. And the second question is that why can't we use the same technique for the tanks, that the tank bed survey for the actually that we have some problem regarding that smart irrigation project. They are asking for a preparing a hydrological map for the entire area, but we are doing some well bank project. In case of that, we have to know those parameters to design the tanks. In case of that, is it possible to find out the parameters, that mean that hydrological data of the tank beds? Those two questions, my question.
I think this question goes to Mr. Prabhat, Engineer Mr. Prabhat. Oh, there is an. Shall we get the answer from him? And okay, right.
Yes, actually, this is not a river basin map. Actually, this is a hydrological soil group map. River basins maps were produced in 2008 and 2010 for all river basins, sub-watersheds and meso-catchments at a better scale by delineating the satellite images and by using the stereo orthophotographs. And here what I did was to prepare the, we know once the water falls onto the earth, the behavior of water depends on mainly three parameters. One is the land use, second one is the soil, third one is the land treatment. But in this particular map, will facilitate to use the soil, use the type of soil to assess the water, actually the water resource assessment at watershed level. But the answer to his second question, I think it is straightforward. We should come out with a technology, the water resource assessment model, you know, by using, especially by using land use changes with respect to this, you know, especially the assessment of the water, that means the rainfall runoff relationship. So we need a data set. Now that is, this is the one data set, that is hydrological soil group. The second one we required is the CN value, that is curve number value. And that is my next publication very soon at the end of this month. So we will have this type of seminar, and we will declare and open up the data set that we have developed, not only the hydrological soil groups, but also the other parameters required for the designing of reservoirs, that is curve numbers for each and every river basins, sub-watersheds and meso-catchments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any other questions from online people also? Any other questions to those authors? Okay, if there are no more questions, I think, as I mentioned you a couple of times, so you can contact them over the phone or through net facility also. Thank you very much. Give me this opportunity. So as the chairman of this very valuable and informative session, it is the session itself says appropriate and innovative approaches on climate resilient agriculture. We witnessed that. I think there are less number of people. I do believe he loves best who loves last, that saying. So there will be more and more fruitful matters and information towards the end of this one. Thank you very much for giving us, especially Mr. My friend Mr. Frankie, and all the others. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Kaushalya Madhubhashini Vanigasekara. Today I'm going to present this poster presentation titled as Smallholder Rice Production and Marketing the Produce, a case study from Kaltota area, Ratnapura district. Co-author of this study is engineer Mr. P.M. Samarathunga. Kaltota is an irrigation scheme located in Sabaragama province, Sri Lanka. Most of the people are farmers engaged with paddy cultivation. Though they have an institutional support for the farming, but they gain less income. Hence, this study mainly focused to investigate the reasons behind this issue while identifying the limitation factors of farmers to market their produce. Sample population of this study was farmers. Cross-sectional survey is the research design. Stratified random sampling is the sampling method. Primary data collection was done through pre-tested questionnaire and also a focus group discussion. This study found out that 90% of the people engaged with rice production, out of them 46.7% were satisfied with the government support they have, while 30% of them were neither satisfied nor dissatisfied. Other finding was selling the harvest. There are competition between outdoor vendors and village vendors in this area. 78.5% of the farmers sell their harvest to the village vendors, while others 20% sell to the outside vendors. Due to this conflict, farmers have an issue of selling their produce for higher prices. Another finding was 80% of the farmers are collecting market information. Among them, 54% of them collected information from vendors. This is not a proper way of collecting information about marketing. And also, due to the high cost of inputs, 33% of the farmers were depending on loan facilities. Climatic risk is a natural reason, and it also caused to reduce the harvest as well. Findings of this study conclude that farmers gain less income because of the vendor conflicts in this area and also strict government quality standards, climatic risk, and lack of proper storage facilities. Limitation factors are lack of marketing facilities, lack of proper way of communication, channel, resistant to innovation farming as well. Those are the findings of this study, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we witnessed was the e-poster by engineer Kaushalya Vanigasekara. With that, we would like to also thank Dr. Jayanta Senanayaka for the previous session. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to move on to the session 4, theme 4, useful investments of advanced technology for disaster risk reduction in paddy water environment. And the session chair is Dr. Bhadrani Thoradenia. Let me now take the honor of introducing our session chair. Dr. Bhadrani Thoradenia, Senior Academic in Civil Engineering with 37 years of service at the Institute of Technology, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. Academic qualifications include 2 postgraduate diplomas, an MSc from IHE, the Netherlands, an MPhil from the Open University of Sri Lanka, and a PhD from University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka. She is a keen researcher on water, water management, stakeholder engagement, and technical education.
Her research work is published in 3 book chapters and in over 30 conference and journal articles. She has held a supervised 1-year research fellow position at the University of Western Sydney, Australia, and also a fellow of the Institution of Incorporated Engineers, Sri Lanka, and currently the editor of the Council Management. And the Rapporteur 1 is Engineer S.K. Hevagama, and the Rapporteur 2 is Engineer Ms. W.P. Sudarshini. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to Dr. Badrani Thoradenia.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Without taking much time, I will repeat the theme, useful investments of advanced technology for disaster risk reduction in paddy water environment. This session has 2 papers, both international presenters. So please bear with me, the presenters, with my pronunciations of names and places. Let me first introduce the first presenter, Dr. Anil Kumar Singh, who will be presenting on useful investments of advanced technology. The topic is rice cultivation through drip, resource efficient and eco-friendly technology. Again, I'm sorry, it's Professor Anil Kumar Singh, is Vice President, National Academy of Agricultural Science, New Delhi, is former Vice Chancellor, Agriculture University, Gwalior, and former Deputy Director General, Natural Resource Management, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, New Delhi, India. Please welcome Professor Anil Kumar Singh on the topic, rice cultivation through drip, resource efficient and eco-friendly technology.
Mr. Chairman, participants of the International Steering Committee meeting, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving an opportunity to share some of our experiences on rice cultivation through drip. As you're all aware that India has the largest area under rice and the second largest rice production in the world. China, of course, has the largest production of rice. Now, as you all know that the water resources, the availability of water is becoming scarce with each passing time in the last column, which shows the total renewable water resources. You can see that in 2015, both India and Pakistan had a per capita water availability less than 1700 cubic meters, which is the benchmark for water availability, adequate water availability in any country. If you look at the water uses in South Asian countries, you will observe that the groundwater use is contributing very significantly to meet the irrigation water requirement of agriculture. And if you look at India in particular, you can observe that the extraction of groundwater use is 230 kilometers per year, which is more than China and USA combined. So obviously there is a big need for India to use water efficient technologies. If you look at the per capita availability in India, you can see that the entire country became water strained in 2006, and it is expected.
Yeah, they said no, it's not working. It said the host has stopped
the
my
water
video.
risk estimate.
But I am, of course, listening. I understand.
1,000
Okay, just check it.
per capita per year. We all know that rice is considered as a water guzzler, and over the years, there have been many technologies developed to replace the flooding, which is the traditional practice. And this slide shows the various methods which have been developed over time. And I would be speaking on the pressurized irrigation systems, particularly drip irrigation systems, that is known to be the most efficient water application method. This is the technology which has been developed by Jan Irrigation Limited. As you all know, Jan Irrigation is the nationally and internationally known company which is producing the pressurized irrigation systems. And considering the water's availability, which is declining with time, they have tried to evaluate drip irrigation systems over the last several years in India and many other countries, and they shows the sort of protocol they follow when rice cultivation has to be evaluated for drip irrigation systems. They have used both dry, direct seeded rice as well as transplanted rice for the study. This particular slide shows the results of a study conducted in Haryana, where they selected 21 farmers for evaluating the drip irrigation system, in which farmers which had adopted DSR method also, and some farmers who had adopted both DSR and transplanting as well. They used 7 different varieties for their study. This particular slide shows the fertilizer schedule which was followed by these farmers as a fertigation system with a basal dose of soil of 6:16:8 kg per hectare PK. And then the results indicated that the irrigation water productivity of single season rice under flood drip irrigation methods, that the water that the yields were in general higher in the drip irrigation system compared to the flood irrigation systems. If we look at the seasonal irrigation water consumption, it was considerably less in drip irrigation systems, and if you look at proportionately, it was less than 50%. The reduction in water use on the drip was 51%. And if we look at the percentage reduction under alternate wetting and drying, also a study carried out simultaneously by it was 18%. However, the percentage reduction under alternate wetting and drying, when scanned through literature, it was about 24.4%, which implies that even then it is almost half of the drip irrigation system is almost half compared to alternate wetting and drying. This gives the irrigation water productivity, and you can see that in case of drip, it is almost double that of flooded irrigation systems. And the yield under both flood and under both dry seeded and transplanted conditions is always higher under drip system compared to the flood irrigation system. And in terms of water productivity also, you can see that in case of drip, it is almost double than that of flood irrigation systems, as was mentioned earlier. This particular slide shows the differences for one of the varieties called Pusa Basmati 1509. It is aromatic rice variety, and a huge market for export exists for this particular variety. You can see that consistently this particular variety has yielded higher under drip irrigation systems compared with flood, whether it is DSR or DPR. Just to highlight the results of this experiment on farmers' field, you can see that the average irrigation water consumption was less, 51% less in drip. And if you look at transplanted rice, it was 50%. If you look at direct seeding, it was 53%. And the water productivity was 63% higher in case of drip. If you look at the methane emissions, it was almost 50%, while the estimated saving of drip was of the order of 60%. This gives the summary of the result of these experiments, and you can see that in addition to yield and water efficiency, the energy consumed was 52% less in drip, and particularly the labor requirement for irrigation was 81% less in drip, and in planting was 51% less. And then it also reduces humidity, and which can directly or indirectly indicate of lesser mosquito population, which can affect the health of the farmers. If you look at long-term perspective through wider adoption, we will have a sustainable resource use in cultivating rice, and this particular system ensures food security through water and energy security. This slide shows the experiment done on a research farm in Tamil Nadu, where you can see the advantage of drip over flood, both in terms of yield, water use, and the energy use. With drip systems, as I mentioned, it is the most efficient system, but there has been a change, a modification in the drip irrigation systems, and now people are evaluating the subsurface drip irrigation systems vis-a-vis the drip irrigation system. And you can see in this particular slide that the grain yields and straw yields are much higher in subsurface drip irrigation compared to drip irrigation systems. And if you look at this slide, it shows that in terms of water productivity, it is higher in subsurface drip irrigation at two different emitter discharges, and the methane flux is also reduced when subsurface drip irrigation system is compared with drip irrigation systems. A summary of total water applied in case of aerobic rice using drip and conventional practice over a season of 2012 and 2013 also indicates a similar trend as far as savings in water is concerned. If you as they've often said that global warming has been associated with rice cultivation, and you can see in this particular slide that global warming potential is reduced when you switch over from transplanted to SRI and combine, and further reduced if you combine SRI with drip. A study of 7 different varieties in Maharashtra has indicated that drip using polythene mulch or husk gives much better yields than the flooded rice. And if you look at the rice production scenarios in different states of India, you'll find that there is a very significant improvement in the yields under drip fertigation compared to the conventional system of irrigation. Now, one advantage of growing rice with drip is that the arsenic accumulation in the plant parts is almost negligible with drip. And if you look at the fertigation systems, you can see that the efficiency of nitrogen, phosphorus, potash increases if you apply these fertilizers through the soil, and the efficiency is fairly large. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Singh. Please be with us for a few more minutes for the question and answer session. Let me now introduce our second speaker for session 4. And that is Dr. Vinh Hai from Vietnam. His topic is pump irrigation analysis by introducing advanced telemetry to South Nghe An. I hope I pronounced it correct. And let me introduce the presenter. He's Dr. Vinh Hai is a researcher, head of training department, Vietnam Academy for Water Resources, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Please welcome Dr. Hai from Vietnam.
Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the research team, I would like to present research on pump irrigation analysis by introducing advanced telemetry to South and IMC. The content of my presentation including general introduction to Vietnam and research basic information. Then we'll present the result of the research and discussion conclusion. We would like to introduce some figure of the country to all of you. In our country, agriculture play a very important role when the value contribute to the GDP around 15%, and the main crop is paddy. The irrigation system in Vietnam now, we have 1,000 irrigation system, including reservoir, pumping stations, sluice, and irrigation drainage canal, of which around more than 100 irrigation system with common area larger than 2,000 hectares play an important role in agriculture sector. The figure you can see on the screen is on location of number of irrigation system as well as irrigated agriculture area by region. During country development, many irrigation system was constructed. But now the performance of water irrigation management is not high cost by lack of low investment, technical personnel, and backward technology. In two charts you on the screen displays irrigation efficiency on system level and on farm level. It is not high. About the policy in irrigation sector, we have a national program of restructuring the irrigation sector as well as national program of improvement performance efficiency of irrigation system. From 2017, the government issues law on irrigation work. And it is identified that the solution to improve irrigation efficiency, including institutional investment and operation. On this research, we focus on the operation solution to improve irrigation efficiency as well as water productivity. As the lack of irrigation operation now in Vietnam, the high operation cost, especially in pumping station, because it uses electricity. Low water productivity was data of the irrigation water volume is not measured, stored, and analyzed. Like many kind of data like flow, rainfall, and something like that of irrigation operation. For the research basic information, we used the approach of service orientation management on this research. Which content of this approach is how to provide best water service to the end user. End user here means the farmer. It means the approach is the relationship between water, information, and money. The research objective is to enhance the on-farm irrigation efficiency, as well as to contribute to improvement of vision and strategic plan in ASEAN cooperation. Stakeholder of the research is Agriculture Development Consultant Association of Japan. Here in after we call ADECA, and the Vietnam Academy for Water Resource, and the locality in Nghệ An province, like Department of Agriculture Rural Development, Irrigation Management Company, and Agriculture Products Cooperative. Research site research site in South Nghệ An irrigation system, and the piloting site in the pumping station named 16B. The red area in the right hand screen is Nghệ An province, and the right picture is diagram of South Nghệ An irrigation system. The activity was conducted in the research. First, we install the TM device. TM means telemetry. Install the TM device in pumping station for piloting. Then we collect data and for analysis. After that, we based on the TM data, we conduct evaluation of situation of pumping station and propose operation with TM data. Then we apply the proposal operation for pumping station operation. And the last one, we conduct the evaluation of the research result. Some basic information of TM system. There are three main parts of the TM system. The sensor in the local we transmit data to the cloud or internet, and the manager and technical staff in the office can access the data and do conduct analysis for monitoring and management. For the piloting side, the pumping station names 16B. The red point on the map is the piloting site. In the piloting site, we install two TM devices in upstream and downstream pumping station to measure and monitor the water level as well as rainfall. And in the downstream, the pumping station is the main diversion point. We install two TM devices to monitor and measure the water division. This is a rule access data from TM system. There's some picture of a piloting site. We will show up battery for the TM devices operation. This is TM data. The TM data come from the sensor in the site to the cloud, and we are in the office can access the data for analysis and monitoring. This water level, mainstream water level and rainfall data. For the evaluation of pumping station, we there are some criteria for evaluation of pumping station to assess the operation is good or not. First of all, the operation have to provide enough irrigation water for agriculture cultivation, and because the pumping station use a lot of electricity, so the operation of them have to avoid the peak time in the period of high tariff. And the third one, the operation should generate the stable flow, and the pumping operation have to stable and smoothly. Before without the TA data support, the situation of pumping station, we collect the data on in 2017. This raw data, this water level data is the same. So to evaluate the pumping station operation, the number of peak water level should be less than 4 times per day, and the operation should avoid the high tariff time electricity on the AM and PM. If the number of peak less than 4 and avoid the costly time, it means the operation is very, very good. In 2018, we collect raw data and compare with TM data. Based on the TM data, we compare between the actual operation pump P1, pump 1, pump 2, pump 3, and we assume the operation in the green line to avoid the peak time of tariff electricity, as well as to reduce the fluctuation of water level downstream the pumping station. It's the same. It is the same content in a different time. And then we conduct the evaluation for this case. After that, we propose the operation for the pumping station with data, TM data support in the year 2018. Sorry, 19. This raw data, data from TM system as well as actual pumping station operation. And the same content for different periods. So after that, we conduct evaluation for the applying operation with TM data support. And the result. In the year 2017 and the year 2018, without the TM support for operation of pumping station, the percentage of good operation is only 45%. 45% of the day operation day. But after the after applying the TM data for the to improve the operation of pumping station in the year 2019, the good operation increased to 75%. The good operation here is provides enough water, irrigation water. The peak water level less than 4 times per day, and avoid the high tariff period of electricity. For discussion, the operation of pumping station was improved with TM data analysis. But the important here is because pumping station operation belong to the headwork, so it's necessary to find the better relationship between the gate operation here is headwork and pumping station. As well as have to make a rule a pump operation when the rainfall excess, for example, 50 millimeter per day or 30 millimeter per day or something like that. This area is affected by tide. It's near the sea, so it need to install the easy sensor here to monitor the source data and then establish rule to decide the operation of the pump. Of conclusion, pumping operation was improved with the data support. The volume of irrigation water was optimized and measured, so the water productivity is increased. For the dissemination of the research to who the irrigation system of Nam Nghệ An to enhance efficiency of operation in the whole common area. For this research, we focus on pump, the irrigation system with pump. In the future, is need to research on applying TM system for gravity irrigation system. After the success of research, they have fund a project to disseminate the research design to host Sao Nghệ An irrigation system, and we developed a project how to apply TM system for irrigation, gravity irrigation operation in Hải Phòng, Vietnam. This end of presentation. Thank you very much for the kind of attention.
Thank you, Dr. Huang, and also my apologies because I introduced Dr. Hai from Vietnam. That was the information I have received. So anyway, we had, I think, very informative session there, both coming from one from India, one from Vietnam. And the first presentation is both had a common area. They were all both of them were talking about pumps, but in very different scenarios. First from India, it was about saving water using drip irrigation for growing rice. And the second one from Vietnam is to using telemetry on gravity irrigation systems. So this is the question and answer session. It's open to the audience and for our friends joining from the through the internet. There is a question. Can we have a mic there, please?
Thank you, Dr. Singh. My question is over to you, sir. So you mentioned about drip irrigation in rice. I'm from the Rice Research Institute, Sri Lanka. I have 3 questions, in fact. First one is how economical it is, that system, because you know that we have to spend some money on laying these pipes and other things, the hoses and other things. Second question, so what about the salinity development in these areas when you try to provide water through drip irrigation? Third question, what I believe, arsenic content may depend on soil or may depend on variety and interaction of both also. I would like to get the answers for the first 2, sir. Thank you.
May I answer?
Yes, processing.
I think as far as the first question is concerned regarding the cost of drip system, they have all done the economic analysis also, and even without any subsidy, the cost benefit ratio is around 1.8 or so, and in most states in the country, about 50 to 60% subsidy is given, and then that subsidy is enhanced by states at their level also. So it's a very cost-effective one. Why the cost doesn't become so obvious is because water, as you all know, is generally either very low priced or it's free. But if you look at the amount of fertilizers that are saved for the same, it does become cost effective. And as I showed in one of the slides, the labor requirement is also reduced considerably. So and plus the power. So overall, it works out as a very economic venture. The second thing is about the salinity development. Normally, if the good water is being used, it doesn't develop because you're only adding as much water as what the plant really needs. And in fact, drip system is also sometimes recommended for water with the mild salinity because it always maintains the root zone of the plant under adequate moisture conditions. So the plant does not feel the osmotic stress which it would otherwise if there is a long interval between two irrigations. So as such, if you're using safe irrigation water, it does not lead to salinity in drip systems. Arsenic actually, the arsenic pollution was actually because of excessive groundwater pumping and the oxidation system, the arsenic was allowed to oxidize. And that was the reason why it came into the plants and the human beings and animals. So if you are using the drip system, you are actually avoiding excess water and the pumping. So you are in fact the source from where you are pumping on the water. It doesn't dry up the bottom aquifers which are there. And that is the only reason why. And if you remember that when you have arsenic contamination in water, if you just store water in a plant on open surface, the arsenic settles down and the water is safe to drink. So that is why it takes care, because the aerobic conditions, it takes care of the arsenic, converts into a form which is not available for consumption, human consumption or animal consumption. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Singh. And there was another question from, yes, Mr. Prabhat.
Yes, this is a very straightforward, simple question for the Vietnam. That is for the telemetry equipment for pump irrigation. It is mentioned that advanced, inexpensive and efficient telemetry equipment was used. In Sri Lanka, of course, there are three types of technologies are very popular. One is the sensors, second one is the pressure sensors, and third one is the ultrasonic sensors. And I would like to know, as you mentioned in TM, what type of technology you used in this particular exercise for monitoring of water levels?
Dr. Hong, the question was clear to you? The type of telemetry devices you used?
I'm very sorry, I cannot hear anything.
Cannot hear.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. It is mentioned that advanced, inexpensive and efficient telemetry system was used in your exercise. But I would like to know what type of technology that we use for the monitoring of water levels. In Sri Lanka, of course, we have laser technology, pressure sensors and ultrasonic. But I would like to know in this particular exercise, what type of technology you used for TM, for the monitoring of water levels.
Yes, you mean what kind of technology of the devices?
Yes.
Yeah, it's very simple. The technology of sensor here we use for water level with pressure sensor. Yeah, it is very I think it works very stable and exactly after 3 years, for 4 years from installation to now, up to now.
Thank you very much. Your answer is very clear to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fong. And we have passed the 5-minute limit, so we will not take any more questions for this session. But let me tell that it was a very interesting session because both are research papers from the actual work that they have done on ground, and they had results to share with us. So therefore, thank you very much, both Professor Singh and Dr. Fong. So thank you very much for coming here for this conference and sharing your knowledge. And thank you very much, the audience also, for actively participating in this session. I close up this session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to move on to the session 5, theme 5. But before that, a small announcement. Tomorrow's session is compulsory because the program, they will be discussing about the action plan and it will be finalized tomorrow. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to session 5, theme 5, institutional transformation for better irrigation water management. And also a very big thank you to Dr. Badrani Thoratenia for handling the session beautifully. Let me now introduce the next session chair, Engineer Badra Kamanadasa. After graduating from University of Muratua in 1978, Engineer Badra Kamanadasa joined the Irrigation Department and obtained Master of Development Technologies from University of Melbourne, Australia in 1994. She retired from government service as Director General of Irrigation in January 2015 after continuous service of 36 years in the Irrigation Department. She was the chairperson of Sri Lanka Water Partnership. She has published more than 30 technical papers related with water resources development and management. Ms. Kamala Dasa has represented Sri Lanka in many international forums, sharing Sri Lanka experience in many themes related with dam safety, water resources, planning, designs, operation management, and rehabilitation. She actively participates in many other international and national professional organizations as technical paper reviewer and advisor. She is the author of centenary publication of IESL, Irrigation Development of Sri Lanka, and currently working as a freelance consultant on governance, legal matters, environmental impact assessment, climate change, impact, and gender issues on water resources, development, and management. And the list goes on and on. The rapporteur for the session 5, which is the final session, is engineer Ms. Badra Kamal. Is rapporteur 1 is engineer Ms. Medani Jayakodi, and rapporteur 2 is engineer S. Kokula Ramanan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to our session chair, engineer Badra Kamala Dasa.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Uh, Good afternoon to all of you. This session is the climax, I must say, of the symposium. So we discuss about the modernization of the systems, integrate and coordinate on paddy environment, innovative approaches, and useful investment, etc. So unless otherwise we have proper institutional mechanism, none of these interventions will be sustainable. Especially with the proper institutional structure, the institutional memories can be passed down to the next generation. That needs continuous upgrading. So with this small introduction, I want to invite the two authors of the papers which are scheduled in this session. I must invite those who are online. You can post your questions in the chat box if you are in a position to, if you want to raise questions. Then the first paper will be presented by engineer Janaki Megastanna. Actually, the theme as introduced is the institutional transformation for better irrigation water management. Then the paper present first will be on current minor tank rehabilitation program and suggested aftercare methodologies. The presenter is Mrs. Engineer Janaki Megastanna. She is a brief introduction about her. She graduated from University of Mortua in 1986 and obtained her master's in UNESCO IHE in Netherlands in 2002 and joined the Department of Irrigation in year 1991. She has held almost all the posts as an engineer in the irrigation department can hold and was appointed as the Deputy Project Director in CRIP in 2014. She is the Director Water Management from 2002 to 2015. So presently she is holding the position of Additional Director General, Construction and Development in the Irrigation Department. Over to you, Janaki.
Good evening, everyone. I am Janaki Megastanna from Irrigation Department, Sri Lanka. Allow me to explain to you about the current minor tank rehabilitation program and the suggested aftercare methodologies. My topic is under the fifth theme, which is the institutional transformation for better irrigation water management. The origin of Sri Lankan irrigation civilization did not start straight from written document, but from experiences, sights, thoughts, and being shaped by civilization to being handed over from one generation to the other. Based on these, we identified that the dry zone is the ideal environment to produce staple food rice. However, we faced a lot of challenges during this process. Reducing waste flow, drying streams, rivers and water spout in dry zone due to prolonged drought. Then started to construct tanks to store water. In addition to that, diversion structures were constructed to feed the tanks. Changes of monsoonal patterns and rainfall intensities also the challenge. Flood and drought due to climate change also experienced. Minor irrigation tanks and anicuts spread over the dry zone to meet agricultural needs and household needs, to maintain groundwater table, to provide water for wildlife and environment. Here you can see few images of the minor tanks in dry zone. Total number of minor tanks are 12,000 according to the available data. Total extent is 169,000 hectares, which is greater than the Mahavali Authority extent. Climate Resilient Irrigated Water Management Project and the Climate Smart Irrigated Agriculture projects are the ongoing approaches for minor tanks rehabilitation. We have taken for minor tank rehabilitation, other than those two, we started the Vari Saubhagya program this year as well. Let's talk about the sustainability after rehabilitation. Can the old operation and maintenance system meet this challenge? What is now needed is Sri Lanka is a sustainable high cropping intensity system. How to achieve water and land productivity. How to transfer technology and how to maintain the transferred technology with strengthening the leadership. Is it sustainable by introducing participatory management approach? There are the common questions that came up when considering the sustainability. During the discussion, I would like to compare major and medium irrigation schemes with minor irrigation schemes. Project management committees and farm organizations are functioning in major and medium irrigation schemes. Farmers are responsible for organizing the maintenance work on the D canals and field canals. Farmers are responsible for implementing the decisions made at the cultivation meetings and water management below the D canals. However, responsibility of management of headworks lies with the state through technical organization. In most of the minor tanks, farm organizations do not function, hence operation and maintenance are neglected. In addition to that, maintenance and management of headworks also questionable. We are expecting to increase land and productivity in minor tanks after rehabilitation. To achieve that, we must consider operation and maintenance of the system and proper water management, seasonal planning, provide information regarding the weather and forecast, and market facilities. At the end of the season, we must evaluate the performance and we have to think about the capacities of the farm organization, project management committees, and consider the technology transfer. If we achieve those things, we can consider sustainable irrigation system. In addition to that, we have to fulfill the communication gap between the technical agencies and farmers. Before conclude, I would like to highlight the government role for participatory irrigation management. Institutional arrangement. We have to establish farmer organizations or creating farm organization or strengthening farm organization. Project management committees for the smooth implementation of participatory irrigation management after rehabilitation. Adequate technical expertise for operation and maintenance. Allocation of resources, especially for the operation and maintenance required funds. Before concluding, I would like to say that if this situation is not changed, many systems may need for extensive rehabilitation within short period. With that conclusion, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you very much for patient listening. If you need to comment anything, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Janaki. I am sure there will be more comments during the discussion time. I would like to invite the second presenter. Actually, this joint paper prepared by Dr. Bhadrani Thoradani and Engineer Frankie Pereira on the topic of farm organization of small irrigation schemes in Sri Lanka, the current status. This was based on a research done selecting the sample area in Sri Lanka. So the presenter I came to know will be Dr. Bhadrani Thoradeniya. Little bit about her. Again, Dr. Bhadrani is a senior academic in civil engineering with 37 years experience of service at the Institute of Technology, University of Mortua, and she holds 2 postgraduate qualifications, MSc from IHE Netherlands and MPhil from Open University of Sri Lanka and PhD from University of Mortua. So she is a keen researcher. I am sure many of you would have seen her research papers in many publications and done over 30 conferences and journal articles. Over to you, Dr. Thoradeniya.
Chairperson of the session, ladies and gentlemen, I am Bhadrani Thoradeniya and I will be presenting our paper co-authored by Dr. Utpala Pinto and Engineer Frankie Pereira on farm organizations of small irrigation schemes in Sri Lanka, current status. The responsibility of operation and maintenance of minor irrigation systems is in Sri Lanka with the Department of Agrarian Development and provincial councils. So the Department of Agrarian Development established farm organizations in 1979 under the Agrarian Services Act number 58. The farm organizations were legally recognized in 1991, providing them authority to undertake especially the contracts to maintain canal systems when their structures within the tertiary units or after the main canal takeoff structures. There were twofold expectations in giving the authority to farm organization. First, it was expected that the quality of work will be high because of the direct involvement of the members of farm organizations, and it will also help to build up the farm organization funds with any money that is left from such projects. So the aim is to present the current status of a selected sample of farm organizations from an ongoing study to propose a framework for future improvements. We have adopted this research methodology. We have a sample of 46 small irrigation scheme farm organizations from the central province of Sri Lanka. We adopted a mixed method approach where we have used quantitative methods as well as qualitative methods. We have developed 2 survey instruments and administered through telephone interviews. And we have trained interviewers, and we used 2 trained interviewers in one interview to minimize the interviewer biases and to verify the responses. Also, we have collected data from 2 cohorts with overlapping questions. That is, one from the Department of Agrarian Development officials who oversee the governance of the farm organizations, and from the office bearers of the farm organizations. If we come to the analysis and results, under the social demographics, most presidents had secondary education, and often they are from the age group over 55. You can see in these graphs, the age group graph, the presidents are shown in blue color. So you see age over 55 is the highest. Secretary and treasurer positions were shared by, that is the red and yellow bars, shared by all age groups. And we found that the positions have been held by the sample from 2 months to 26 years with an average term duration of 5 years. But according to the constitutions, usually it is 1 year. There was one farm organization with unlimited time mandated by the constitution. Also, you can see the educational level. Most of the office bearers of the farm organizations had received education at secondary level. The governance structure, the 30 farm organization has a constitution. 6 farmer organization had no constitution. Others were not aware of the constitutions. The 20 farmer organizations use the constitution developed by the Department of Agrarian Development, and all farmer organizations said that they are keeping records of their meetings, and a majority were satisfied with their collective decisions, and they said no conflicts during the last 10 years. This was said by 30 farm organizations. However, there were 14 farm organizations who said that there were conflicts which are related to water distribution, and they have advisors. As you can see in this graph, the advisors are mainly the agriculture research officers and development officers, which is a shift from the historical trends, because usually it was the Buddhist monks or village chief usually who were the advisors. However, majority of them, 42 of the sample, were happy with the recommendations of these advisors. Financial management was an important area that we have studied. As expected, bookkeeping is undertaken by the treasurer. In our study, 40 farm organizations were practicing that way. However, auditing was the problem because 26 farm organizations did not have a mechanism to undertake the audits within their organizations. About 60% of the farm organizations said they feel the need for an audit. And wherever they were carrying out audits, they were done generally once a year. However, there were some farm organizations undertook the audits once every 6 months or as per the need, when the need arose. When we look at the project management aspects, there were over 8 different types of projects, with the canal maintenance as the largest one, 41%, and irrigation, the road and culvert maintenance, the coming into the second place. Also, when we look at the availability of skilled and unskilled labor force within the farm organizations, there was a clear demarcation to show that the laborers were the most, and the semi-skilled workforce, including painters, carpenters, barbenders, and masons, were the next tier. When we look at the potentials and weaknesses, we found that the stronger confidences were coming from their organizational and management abilities, ability to manage people and farm organization, and ability to organize the events are the most strongest, while the technology were the weaker points, technology and the community participation were the weaker areas. When you come to the issues and challenges, we could categorize all the issues and challenges they have mentioned into 13 broader categories. And the most important issue for them is the irrigation canal maintenance. You can see 21% had that issue. And fertilizers, it's a common thing nowadays in Sri Lanka. Maybe we don't know the exact reason. So that was their one of the next issue is that 15%, and dealing with pests. However, when we look at the management side, the lack of strategic direction, financial issues, legal issues, lack of technology, could clearly see that there were issues for quite a considerable number of farm organizations. When we come to the conclusions, the farm organizations had constitutions, they kept records, they had wide range of advisors and were satisfied with how conflicts were resolved. The advisors' roles were heavily weighted towards government officials rather than the village-based social leaders, which was happening in the history. Farm organizations will benefit by having a balanced mix of advisors that have different expertise. Many farm organization financial records were not audited due to a lack of trained staff. Major contracts were irrigation canals, road and culvert maintenance. Farm organizations were confident in their organizational and management abilities. Further, major challenges encountered by the farm organizations are related to the irrigation canal maintenance. Other challenges are lack of strategic direction, financial issues, legal issues, and lack of technology to undertake day-to-day tasks. Finally, this snapshot study provided a range of insights into the operations of the farm organizations, and a detailed study on a large spatial scale is needed to generalize the current findings of these grassroots social enterprises. We wish to acknowledge Kutmale International Training Institute staff who administered the surveys and collected data. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Badrani. I'm sorry I missed the third author of that paper, Utpala Pinto. I should add that his name as well. Then we are coming to the discussion session of this under this theme. We listened to 2 country-specific presentations. Even though those are based on experience in Sri Lanka, I'm sure many of the Asian countries may have the similar problems or sometimes the country-specific issues. related to stakeholder participation and governance and so on. So in the presentation, Engineer Janaki highlighted the necessity of well-established organization to institutional mechanism for smaller schemes. And in the second paper, by the first paper discussed this matter in general, but the second paper with the study report, it consolidated that observation made in first paper. So I open this two papers for the discussion for questioning or comments or any other intervention from the audience, local here and also from the overseas, please. We have 5 minutes time, I heard. Yes, please.
Actually, madam, thank you very much for both presenters. Actually, it's very interesting area for us to discuss, and timely needed studies have been carried out by both the presenters. Actually, the thing is, the Department of Agrarian Development constitute the farm organization establishment in 1979, but since 1982, it was expanded into the major irrigation systems also. The problem is, what I look is actually that we adopted the participatory irrigation management widely in the major irrigation systems, but still we don't have a proper performance monitoring system to measure the qualitative and quantitative assessment of the farmer organizations. Now it is timely needed with this. Actually, we are investing for the 5,000 rehabilitation of 5,000 minor tanks in this country by looking the climate change adaptation to secure the food requirement of this country. The food is the important thing, but the mold in the mind of the people is another area where the administrators and the can do. So by looking not only the physical part, we have to think about how the social capital can be make use to manage the systems by empowering the people. The two things I want to highlight of the presentations done by Dr. Bardani Tordine, I think it will be better to analyze how the gender, the participation for managing the irrigation systems, and how the savings of the farmer organizations in order to maintain their irrigation systems, not only the maintain, operation, maintenance, and management of the irrigation systems. Similarly, the Madam Janaki's presentation, actually it's a roadmap and to think about the managers who are dealing with the farm organizations to prepare the action plan to undertake the necessary inputs to meet the challenges, especially for the aftercare program. Not only with the farmers, actually, the officers who are working with the farmers at the field level. That is the things what I want to highlight under both presentations. Actually, the fruitful ideas they have given for us to eye open to prepare some plans for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Lalit. Yes, it's a current topic. I think that is why these small irrigation schemes had come up rather than the major irrigation schemes when you talk about the paddy cultivation in Sri Lanka. So may I invite Ms. Atugala to raise your question?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for very informative presentations, both the presentations. As a previous comment by Engineer Lalit Dialvis. I too agree that it is a very current topic. A lot of development projects are going on and need to have a sustainable system to manage it. But I propose to consider about the water users as well, not only farm organizations. We have to, according to my experience, we have to broaden up the participation, because nowadays we consider reservoirs as a multifunctional unit, not only the main purpose of agriculture, but for other uses as well. So if we can expand the role of farm organization, or if we can expand the sustainable unit that we are thinking of for the sustainable maintenance of the systems as water users, because we are expecting to have recreations, that fish cultivation, farming, many more things in the area. Sometimes in the villages we use irrigation systems for other things like bathing and day-to-day home use. So we have to prevent this irrigation system, especially irrigation water, from pollution. So I think I suggest to think about these how other users behave, or think about the irrigation systems in future studies as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Satugala, for that comment. I am sure the two presenters may have any comments or your views on both the comments made by Engineer Lalit and Ms. Satugala, Ms. Ordene, or
them for giving opportunity. Actually, minor irrigations, minor tanks are farmer managed systems, and extend also very less. Extend under the minor tank varies.
it's not clear, I think. No, can you hear it? I'm sure the audience.
Extent of the minor tanks varies from 80 hectares to 10 hectares. Then therefore establishment of the project management committees at the scheme level is a very tedious task, and staff availability of the agrarian service and agrarian department agrarian development and provincial councils also limited. But after 1970s, lot of minor tank rehabilitation programs were going on, and currently Vari Saubhagya program is going on with the government blessing. Therefore, only tank rehabilitation program is not enough now. We have to think about the sustainability of the systems. Then I am also under the irrigation ministry and the irrigation department. Department has prepared the guideline for rehabilitation, and I think this is a very good time to develop the policy guideline to establishment of the participatory irrigation management role in the minor tank systems also. Therefore, I would like to request additional secretary also next to me, to initiate this task to protect minor tanks, not only for the agricultural users, for the other users, consider the other users also, because village tanks are very useful for balance the nutrient systems in the villages. Therefore, a lot of benefits are there. I kindly request to protect these minor tanks and introduce proper mechanism to operation and maintenance, and develop the system for the participatory irrigation management to protect these tanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janaki. May I, yeah, please, Engineer Frankie. you can add or express your views.
Thank you for giving this time opportunity. Actually, this study we did at Central Province, where even the Paurusabhagya program was is done through divisional secretaries offices, where minor tank works are being done in a Paurusabhagya program. This is a special project going on under the Paurusabhagya program in Central Province, Kandy district. So we have selected 50 farmers organization, out of which we got only 46. When we were trying to collect the data, is sometimes even the farm organizations are functioning as an official unit. Most of the members are they even don't know what is their role, what is their constitution, how much of money is there in their bank, and all these things. Because still for all they do contracts, taking undertaking contracts. This is where we wanted to see how much of effectiveness is going on when we hand over the contract to the farmers organization, whether they can keep some of the money to maintain their schemes in future. So it was very difficult to get some of the data, because they say the president says treasurer is handling the money, and those things are there. So we were trying to see a lot of things through that one. Then if I take the comments done by Mrs. Sandika Atugal and Engineer Lalidi Alvis, yes, we need to study those areas as well. But at the moment, when we were working in especially in the major irrigation schemes, we were handling, or we were doing a lot of work with the farmers organization under major irrigation schemes. This is where I think the Prabhat is here. He is a person who was always handling the farm organization under minor irrigation schemes. So we really want to do the studies, expand this particular study for medium and major irrigation schemes as well, to see how the farm organizations are functioning, whether we need some advisors, whether we need some changes to be done to the farm organization. Now, very recently, there was a circular issued by the Secretary to the Treasury to hand over the contract to the farm organization. The limit of construction works has been raised to 5 million. That was also a factor to be thought, whether this farmers organization can improve their capacity to handle construction work, to do effectively to the expected standard and the specifications, and later on whether they are in a position to handle this money financially, whether they have enough knowledge to handle this money. This is the study, and thank you very much for the comments made by the two Ms. Atugal and Lalit Dialis, because they are the officials who have been doing a lot of work about the last 20-30 years with the farmers organization. We take that matter as well. We would like to hear from Australia also, if Dr. Pinto is there, Dr. Utpal is there, whether we can see, because we had a discussions during this study regarding Australian experience as well. If Dr. Utpal is there, can we have some sort of a experience from Australia as well? Dr. Utpal, are you there? No.
Okay, Engineer Frank, I think there's no response. So without wasting time, if no written text even, no? Okay, so I'm sure this dialogue has to continue. This country-specific case study anyway, both the cases, Sri Lanka. So those who are joining from overseas would have got the idea of the requirements, the current situation, regarding the small irrigation schemes and the requirement, because they immensely contribute to the national food security. With this note, I should thank both the paper authors and also the presenters. Very valuable intervention to this paddy production symposium, and I am sure this should be continued a dialogue until we get a very viable solution. So with this note, may I conclude this session. Thank you very much, all the audience here who participated actively, and also the overseas, those who are joining us at this moment. Thank you very much.
Sri Lanka is an island nation of 65,610 square kilometers and a population of 21.8 million. Sri Lanka has fairly densely populated, especially in the urbanized and industrialized southwestern coastline of the country. Sri Lanka is exhibiting remarkable biological diversity and considered to be the richest country in the Asian region in terms of species concentration. Ecological, favorable climatic, soil and topographical variability across the country provides conditions for a wide array species of flora and fauna in most localities. Due to extraordinary biodiversity and species concentration, the country has been identified as one of the biodiversity hotspots in the Asian region. Distinctive biodiversity of Sri Lanka consists of species richness, gene pool and numerous diverse habitat assortment of forests, wetlands, coastal, marine, freshwater and agricultural ecosystems. Environmental services renders uniqueness of Sri Lankan biodiversity and ecosystems. The central highlands are carpeted with emerald tea plantations interspersed with occasional waterfalls, cool climates, misty views, attractive landscape, birds and animals. The cultural triangle in the center of the island holds a certain magic, with ruins from several ancient kingdoms, majestic tanks, hidden rock caves, and ancient sacred temples, revealing the fascinating and almost unbelievable ancient architecture, art, and engineering. And also chains of islands are scattered off the shoreline, with their own unique habitats. The irrigation works in ancient Sri Lanka, the earliest dating from about 300 BCE. In the reign of King Pandukabhaya and under continuous development for the next 1,000 years, were some of the most complex irrigation systems of the ancient world. Sri Lanka has some unique advantages and experiences in its journey. Historically, sustainable principles were embedded in the land use, agriculture, water management, and other economic practices. Religious and cultural practices value simplicity, non-materialism and sustainable consumption. For the past 70 years since independence, public investments in health and education services have created a legacy of high literacy, longevity resulting in high human development, and early achievement of the Millennium Development Goals. Sri Lanka receives an average of 1,860 millimeters rainfall annually, amounting to approximately 122 billion cubic meters of water. However, rainfall varies regionally between 5,500 millimeters in the central hills to around 950 millimeters in the coastal plains of the northwestern and southeastern ends. Mean annual temperature varies between 24 to 31 degrees Celsius in the plains and 18 degrees to 27 degrees Celsius in the mountainous region. Annual rainfall is spread over 4 seasons, 2 monsoons and 2 intermonsoons. However, for general purposes the country is divided into 3 main climatic zones defined by rainfall: the wet zone, in the rain-rich southwestern quarter; the intermediate zone separating it from an extensive dry zone in the north, north-central and eastern plains; A diverse topography and varied tropical climate have given rise to extremely high levels of faunal and floral diversity, and high rates of endemicity. Around 30% of the country's land is protected by law as sanctuaries, reserves, and national parks. Sri Lankan biodiversity brings economic, ecological, and aesthetic values to the local community and beyond. However, due to both the natural and anthropogenic reasons, the biodiversity in Sri Lanka is threatened, especially it is significant amongst the endemic species. This biodiversity supports a considerable economic benefit through tourism, fisheries, traditional medicine, and provides unaccounted for ecosystem services such as water, aesthetic beauty, climate amelioration and soil conditioning. In terms of natural resources, Sri Lanka constitutes well with lands, forest, waters, minerals, and biodiversity. Minerals and rocks in Sri Lanka contribute to micro and macroeconomic geology and have spread around the country. Threats to biodiversity from the changing climate has not been studied adequately, but early research illustrates significant impact on agriculture, especially paddy cultivation and endemic taxa like fishes, amphibians and reptiles, and drastic changes in coastal habitats such as corals, sea grasses, and lagoons. In recent years, however, development investments have been eroded by floods, drought and landslides, and the economy has been immensely burdened by disaster relief. Reflecting this trend, National Climate Change Policy of Sri Lanka leans heavily on adaptation, with a vision to minimize climate change impacts on its fragile ecosystems and economy. There are around 2 million farmers, and majority of them are small scale, cultivating less than 1 hectare yard. Successive governments have invested in agriculture and expanding irrigation. However, climate change is already adversely impacting on food security and livelihoods.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next session, I would like to thank Engineer Ms. Badra Kamaladasa for the presentation and for chairing the session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to all the session chairs and all the presenters today. And I believe that this applaud is very essential, and this applaud is for you for concentrating. It's not easy to concentrate for one full day. Am I right? So let's put our hands together for all of us who have been concentrating and wanting to do our best for the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to all of us. And that proves the commitment, the dedication, and the work that you are doing, and the want and the need to do something great to the industry. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to a very interesting part of the agenda, that is to present the awards. So to present the awards to 3 senior members of INWEPF, we would like to invite the following dignitaries. Secretary, INWEPF Sri Lanka, Engineer Lalit Dialwis. Vice President, INWEPF Sri Lanka, Engineer Prabhat Vitharana. Treasurer, INWEPF Sri Lanka, Engineer Mrs. Janaki Miga Stanna. So ladies and gentlemen, the award recipients, we have 3 awardees. And the first awardee is Engineer Ivan De Silva. Engineer Ivan De Silva studied at Richmond College, Gaul, obtained BSc Engineering Honours from University of Moruto in 1976, and obtained Masters in Construction Project Management from University of New South Wales, Sydney in 1993. Joined Department of Irrigation in 1976 as a young irrigation engineer and became Deputy Director of Irrigation Polonnaru in 1994. Then he migrated to New Zealand in 1997 and was there till year 2006. In 2006, he was appointed to the post of Director General, Mahawali Authority of Sri Lanka. He was holding the post till 2009, and in 2009, he was appointed to the Secretary to the Ministry of Irrigation and Water Resource Management. During his tenure as secretary, he was instrumental in initiating nearly 30 new irrigation development projects in Sri Lanka. From 2015 to 2020, he was in New Zealand and was working as a consultant in road project. In 2021, he was appointed the chairman of Central Engineering Consultancy Bureau and later secretary to the State Ministry of Tanks, Reservoirs, Irrigation Development to Rural Paddy Fields. This memento is presented to Engineer Ivan De Silva for his invaluable service and guidance provided to INWEPF Sri Lanka and INWEPF activities. Ladies and gentlemen, he's not with us right now, but I believe that we need to recognize him. So let's put our hands together to Engineer Ivan De Silva. So with that, let's move on to our next awardee, Engineer R.M.W. Ratnayaka. Engineer R.M.W. Ratnayaka was born in Matale, done his primary and secondary education at Science College, Matale. He obtained his BSc Engineering degree from University of Peradeniya in 1997, obtained his M. Engineer, Masters in Engineering degree from IHE, Netherlands in 1997. He joined the Department of Irrigation in 1982 and worked there till 2011 at different levels. He was holding the positions of Regional Director and Zonal Director till he joined the Ministry as Director of Water Resource Management. In 2015, Ratnayaka was elevated to the post of Secretary in the State Ministry of Housing and Samurdhi and later Ministry of Irrigation and Water Resources Management. Presently, he is working as a freelance consultant. And ladies and gentlemen, this memento is presented to Engineer R.M.W. Ratnayaka for his invaluable service on the first chairman of INWEPF Sri Lanka and leading the INWEPF Sri Lanka committee in organizing 12th INWEPF International Conference and Symposium in the year 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to this amazing personality. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer R.M.W. Ratnayaka. Congratulations, and we wish you all the very best. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are moving on to our third awardee, that is Engineer D.D. Arya Ratna. Engineer D.D. Arya Ratna was born at Matugama and studied at Matugama Central College. Obtained his BSc in Engineering from University of Moratuwa in 1982 and later obtained his Masters from the same university in 1987. He joined Department of Irrigation in 1983 and worked in the department till 2011. And during his 28th year at Irrigation Department, he held posts of Engineer, Chief Engineer, and Deputy Director. In 2011, he joined the ministry as Director Plan Implementation and elevated to Additional Secretary post in 2014, the post he held till 2019. In year 2000, he was appointed as a secretary to the State Ministry of Tanks, Reservoir, and Irrigation Development related to rural paddy field. Ladies and gentlemen, this memento is presented to Engineer D.D. Arya Ratna for his continued service as Chairman and Chief Coordinator of INWEPF Sri Lanka Committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer D.D. Arya Ratna. Congratulations, and we wish you all the very best to keep flying high. Dignitaries, please remain on stage. I would like to invite Chairman INWEPF Sri Lanka, Engineer D.D. Arya Ratna, once again to join the dignitaries to award the certificates to Technical Review Panel and Session Chair. So we're getting ready to appreciate and recognize the session chairs of the Technical Review Panel. Dr. Herat Mantri Tilaka. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your support. Thank you very much. And we wish you all the very best. And next up is Engineer Ms. Bhadra Kamaladasa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together. This is a final session. Thank you very much. And next, Dr. Jayanta Senanayaka. Thank you very much. Dr. Badrani Thoradenia. And finally, Dr. Amita Bentota. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's put our hands together to all these session chairs. Thank you very much and congratulations for a wonderful commitment and dedication. Engineer Prabhat, dignitaries, please remain on stage. Engineer Prabhat, thank you very much. And other dignitaries, please remain on stage. We would now like to invite Additional Secretary, Ministry of Irrigation, Mrs. Chandika Atugala, to please come join us to present the rest of the awards. Mrs. Chandika Atugala. So we have two awardees. First, we'll have the list on the screen, please. Can we have the list on the screen, please? To appreciate their support and the dedication and how they have gone the extra mile. So maybe till we get the list on the stage, on the screen. All right, so we have awarding certificate to technical papers presenters. We have it on the screen right now with us. So this is to appreciate their dedication as well. So with that, we have two personalities with us now. We would like to recognize Engineer Prabhat Vitarana. Congratulations and thank you very much. Dr. Badrani Thoradenia. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations, and we wish you all the very best. Thank you very much, dignitaries. We really appreciate your support as well. Secretary INWEPF Sri Lanka, Engineer Lalit Dialwis, Vice President INWEPF Sri Lanka, Engineer Prabhat Vitarana, Treasurer INWEPF Sri Lanka, Engineer Mrs. Janaki Miga Stenner, and all the dignitaries, a very big thank you to you. And also Additional Secretary, Minister of Irrigation, Mrs. Chandika Atugala. Thank you very much. Can we please have it on the display, please? So maybe till we get it on the display, let me tell you something. There are more than 7 billion stories in the world. And out of those 7 billion stories, there are more than 21 million stories in Sri Lanka. And out of those 21 million stories, your story is one. My story is one. All of us have our own story to say. So I believe that your story out of these 7 billion stories is extremely important. So I wish you all the very best to do something great to yourself, to develop yourself, as well as for you to develop our nation as well. So wish you all the very best because you're extremely knowledgeable, extremely talented, and you can do something extremely amazingly well to our country and the world as well. So wishing you all the very best. Let's now take a good look at the screen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. To share the closing remarks, we would like to invite International Water Resources Specialist, Dr. Herat Mantri Tilaka.
Thank you again. I believe the most resilient are remaining. It's good to see a lot of people are staying back. Anyway, I won't be long. Let me start with congratulating congratulate all of you. First, the engineer, Mr. Ariratna, and engineer, Mr. Lalidis, always, and the whole group of organizers of this event, and the presenters, chairs, reviewers, and of course, all the participants and the event managers. Without you all, it wouldn't have been a success. And I must congratulate you. This symposium is very successful, very elaborative, and full of knowledge sharing sessions. So it was opportunity for young and experts to come together and share their views and experiences and their thoughts. It's a good opportunity for all of us to learn from them. And of course, the topic we had is paddy water ecosystem. I haven't heard anything about the ecosystems and what I know about, but we talked all about and all around ecosystem, which is very important. And with the symposium of 17th International INWEPF conference or symposium, and we had the theme here selected as efficient resource management in paddy ecosystems. And under that, we had covered 5 sub-themes: modernization of irrigation systems for improving water productivity, integration, coordination, and collaboration on paddy water environment, appropriate and innovative approaches on climate and resilient agriculture, useful investment of advanced technology for disaster risk reduction and paddy water environment, and lastly, the institutional transformation for better irrigation water management. I think there were some key points, thought-provoking, eye-opening, which we need to go back and look at in a broader way, more sensible way. Dear colleagues, paddy fields are unique wetlands. They contain unique biodiversity and provided flood protection, groundwater recharge, and numerous livelihood services. despite this, paddy fields are at risk. Even though there are organizations like INWEPF and many other irrigation department, agrarian services like in Sri Lanka, organizations looking at them and tackling the destruction. But we need to get more greater community engagement, which we talked about in the last session, to be able to be better monitor and manage the precious paddy land ecosystems, habitats, and their biodiversity. It is important to understand the ecological, hydrological, geospatial, and biodiversity ecosystem services they provide, livelihood and well-being services for the people living around them. Not only that, value, benefits, risk, and hazards from paddy lands need to be assessed thoroughly and understand. Therefore, collating on the above aspects and building on that data and developing and promoting community-led best practices in paddy land management to safeguard biodiversity, improve livelihoods, and enhance the well-being of the rural populations. It is important to develop management strategies specific to the paddy lands. We know all that is developed for the wetlands which we are familiar with, which are somewhat different to the usual wetlands, paddy lands. Such a strategy should include system rehabilitation, biodiversity conservation, declaration of sanctuaries for identified species, and creating community awareness on the conservation and wise use of the wetlands, specifically for youth. Yesterday on the TV, Sunday on the TV, national TV, I saw a 1-hour program run by Professor Veerakon from the Colombo University. He was talking about Bandula petia, a tiny fish living on the streams in Galapita Mada in Kegol district, and how community got involved and protecting that fish, which is endemic to Sri Lanka, which is only living in Sri Lanka in that area. So likewise, in our paddy fields, there are unique biodiversities which we need to protect. And this is where the community should come in. In here, indigenous knowledge and experiences in different communities on paddy wetlands management are important. It is important to collate such best practices and share with the rest of the community in different countries. And that could be even packaged as a training modules for young budding experts. And this is where we need to go now. We know even from our systems, our Sri Lankan system, there are a lot of methods which are protecting the environment, sustainably using it. That is how we manage to survive here with thousands of years with our paddy lands producing for us. So there are opportunities like. With that concluding remark, the importance of community participation, getting them involved in protection these ecosystems. I congratulate you again for this successful event. I am sure that tomorrow's steering committee meeting also will go in the same tone, same caliber to have a success and pass on the baton to the next next session. Thank you very much for all that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Herat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the vote of thanks, we would like to invite Secretary INWEPF Sri Lanka, Engineer Lalit Tiaves.
Thank you, Ms. Bernadine. Again, good evening to you all. The dear sirs, madam, all the distinguished guests. The time has come to end the session of today. So it's my duty to deliver vote of thanks as a formal the event in any session. The first of all, I would like to thank to the technical review panel members, Engineer Mrs. Badra Kamaladasa, Engineer Mrs. Badrani Torodeniya, Dr. Herath Mantritilaka, Dr. Mrs. Amita Bentota, and Dr. Dharmakirti Wickramasinghe, who gave us a fullest cooperation to review all the technical papers submitted by authors and conduct today's event in a success, the technical symposium. Then I would like to thank for the organizing committee of the technical session, actually headed by Dr. Kitsiri Veligapolage and Engineer Sabri and Engineer Ruchini, with the assistant staff of the State Ministry of the Irrigation. Without them, actually, this session would not be the fruitful one. Then I would like to thanks to all the professionals who participated for this event from various disciplines, the Agriculture Department, Agrarian Development Department in Central Endowment Authority, Irrigation Department, the ministries, all the invited professionals who attended in the morning session, but due to some official commitments, some left from this session, but most of you recognize this event as a very important event. You remain until the end. So I wish to thank all of you. Then my special thanks goes to Engineer Mrs. Anoma Pannala, Additional Secretary to the Ministry of Irrigation, who cooperated and extended her support to provide us the required support from the ministry, talking with Mr. Andra Disanayaka. Then Engineer Janaki Migastan, she is the treasurer of our committee, but apart from that role, actually, she did a lot of work from the irrigation department side to prepare all the documentary films to display. Actually, it was very interesting topic. The films prepared, developed with Mr. Madhura and the media team of the irrigation department and the media team of the Ministry of Irrigation. Then our executive committee members, Mr. Karunathilaka, Mr. Basil, again Engineer Ruchini, Mrs. Atugala, my friend Mr. Panky Pereira, and our chairman, Engineer Didi Aryaratna, all of them. Actually, all you supported me to arrange this event in a very successful manner. Actually, this is one of the modality you can understand that we have a good team spirit. It was developed and it was created by our senior engineers, actually. That is inherited to the irrigation department. That's why I ask the young people to be with us, because we learn from the felicitated people. That today we felicitated 3 veteran engineers. They were the teachers of us, actually. Because of them, they molded us to be stand at this stage while to serve the nation and get the challenge and the face to the challenges. So with this forum, that's why I the morning also I said that this is not get any the tangible things. Everything is intangible. Though we have dressed formally today's event, as Dr. Mantri Tilak said, we should go to the community as the layman. As professionals, then only we can provide our assistance for them to develop the country and secure the food security and produce their production. Other than the paddy, we need to have a lot of foodstuffs. So we need to, actually they need our support. They need our support, we should go to them. The INWEPF is that kind of platform. I realize it that when I engage with the INWEPF activities since 2013 actively. So because of this team spirit and with the fullest cooperation of the Colombo conference, the team headed by Mr. Prageet, it was really nice actually, no interruption at all. From the beginning to the end, it was conducted very well. There are technical support and there are other facilities provided. On our request is marvelous. Actually, they did very good job. And finally, the compeer, the announcer, the young girl, Miss Bernadine. Morning, I made a mistake actually. The Miss Bernadine, Jaising, actually, they are our asset. The youngest who are working in the different professions, they are our assets. So we can take any challenge around the world by looking at this kind of the young professionals in different areas. So with that, today's the program is over. Again, I must thank you all and kindly invite you all to participate to the tomorrow's program, that is the working group committee meetings and the steering committee meeting, where we prepare the 6th phase strategic action plan to work for 2 years time period. It will be very much useful for us to make a plan for the face challenges under the COVID-19 pandemic issues. And there are a lot of scientists, including ICID also, and the FAO will be participated to the tomorrow's program. The expert will come through the online, and we can hear for them. Actually, we can get some and acquire some knowledge from them. With that, thank you very much. Have a good day, good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Lalit Diabes. And ladies and gentlemen, congratulations once again, and also a very well done organizing committee. I know and I believe that it's not easy to organize an event like this, and it was fantastically well organized. So really proud of all of you and wish you all the best. And final few words, ladies and gentlemen. If you develop yourself, your company starts developing, your home starts developing. And when your company and when your home starts developing, the whole city and the industry starts developing. When the cities and the industry starts developing, the whole nation starts developing. And when the nation starts developing, the whole world starts developing. And I believe all of us have a huge responsibility to develop ourselves, to improve ourselves, and to be more knowledgeable and to contribute to every single soul. So wish you all the very best and keep flying high. You are amazing, and always make sure that you keep flying high. Stay safe, take care. Signing off, I'm Bernadine Jaisingha.